TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Trump says the war is over. But those are lies. The U.S. and Israel is finished. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, sometimes in life, you can't get yourself into something that you can't get out of. That is the lesson for today. And it's market manipulation.
A little potential news from the president on
and
how long.
It was market manipulation, y'all. Yeah, he talked to Putin. Market manipulation. Gas was at what? $1, 120, 110 a barrel. They're manipulating the markets, trying to ease the pain financially. But the war is far, far from over.
How long this war is going to last? Joining us, MS Now senior White House reporter Vaughn Hilliard. So what is he saying now, Vaughn? Vaughn, you with me? What's the president
Katie,
saying about how long the war will last?
Sorry about that. Yeah, just here in the last few moments, the president here, with notable remarks, telling CBS here that at this point in time, I think, quote, the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've got no Air Force. He said that the U.S. is, quote, very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. That is the president just a few moments ago to CBS. Of course, we are waiting here just 90 minutes from now to hear directly from the president in Doral, Florida, at a press
conference. Trump say, hey, the war is over. You know, they can wrap it up and come on home because Iran is finished. No Navy, no Air Force, no communications. They can barely even speak to one another. That's what Trump is saying.
Conference where, of course, we will hear more clarification. I think it's worth noting, Katie, as you have reported on, is that there have been a lot of different timelines that have been given by this White House. And of course, here in just this century, there has been a history of presidential administrations suggesting that armed conflict would come to an end.
They should arrest him just for that, just for him coming out saying, oh, the war's over. We finna wrap up the war. That's called market manipulation. He should go, him and all his buddies should be arrested for that. I bet you they made him a lot of money manipulating the market like that and then trying to ease some of the crash of Wall Street because oil is going through the roof. But as far as the war is going, we're going to see if it's over. We got a lot of videos. We're going to see, is it over to you? Y'all think it's over? Trump should be arrested for playing with the Americans' lives, playing with our finances. He thinks this is a game. This is going to continue to be horrible for him.
To an end sooner than it has. Of course, Pentagon and Department of Defense here just in the last hour suggesting that this was just the beginning of this war on social media here. So we should expect more to hear in the next 90 minutes or so. One other note, of the president also commented on the new supreme leader, the son of the old Ayatollah Khomeini, and he said, I have no message for him, none whatsoever. At the same time, he has already been outspoken that he is opposed to him being the next supreme leader, and has suggested that he will be taking part in ensuring that there is somebody in a position that will be willing to work with the U.S. in the future, Katie.
Yeah, he called him a lightweight. Vaughn, thank you so much. That's going to do it.
Trump. Imagine a sucker like Trump calling the new supreme leader a lightweight. Shit, it seems like they some heavyweights the way they punishing the U.S. and Israel. Trump, the whole world looking at Trump was on the phone with Putin, begging for a way out of this today. Begging Putin, please, Putin, please help me. Putin said, hell no, I can't do it. The only thing I can do for you is, you want to surrender? Trump was surrendering today. You know, Putin don't mind telling the Iranians, you know, Trump is surrendering. But the Arabs are very mad right now. The United Arab Emirates, they done seen the light. They mad at Israel. They know Israel is pushing. Lindsey Graham came out today and said Saudi Arabia is finna be next because the Saudis won't fight Iran. They said Lindsey Graham mad at United Arab Emirates. He just was protecting United Arab Emirates from Saudi Arabia. He mad at them because they won't fight Iran. He's calling the Arabs cowards now. And said the U.S., why is the U.S. protecting y'all? You're not protecting them. You see, over the last decade, especially when Trump got into power, something very suspicious happened. They start sending hundreds of $1 billion in weapons packages to the Arab nations, to the United Arab Emirates, to Saudi Arabia, to the Arabs. They don't fight nobody. I always said that. What the fuck are they gonna do with all that advanced weaponry? Who do they fight? They only fight their own people. They trying to stop from getting overthrown. The U.S. was really, because they've been trying to build an Arab NATO. You see, they've been, see what Israel and the U.S. want? They want to be the Air Force while the Arabs go die fighting Iran. That's what they wanted. The Kurds won't do it. Nobody wants to fight Iran, and the Arabs are giving the Israel and the U.S. the finger right now and say, hell no. They refuse. They lost it. Nobody wants to go against Iran. Lost it.
The ongoing war in the Middle East continues to escalate, directly affecting not only all countries in the region, but also the global economy. A few hours ago, independent American military experts analyzing the fighting against Iran concluded that the Trump administration had underestimated Iran's military capabilities, leading to a prolonged war in the Middle East, with unpredictable consequences for the United States. It is noteworthy that American journalists from the New York Times made a similar statement. According to them, the first week of hostilities showed that Iran was better prepared for war than the Trump administration had anticipated. Citing its own sources in the White House, the New York Times noted that the American authorities were literally shocked when they realized that Iran's level of preparation for war was so high. Heavy losses in the first week of the military operation against Iran showed that Tehran was better prepared for war than the Trump administration had anticipated, the New York Times quoted senior U.S. officials as saying.
Trump said they had knocked out all of their air defense systems, destroyed the missile systems the first time they attacked 6 months ago. He lied, should be impeached for that. But this lie is unforgivable. To come on the TV every day and beat their chest about all that they're doing while they're hiding the facts that we don't really have bases overseas no more. And the bases we do have, unlivable. The soldiers got to hide out, And what the Americans, I said this day one, what the Americans should be saying is, why is Israel not invading Iran? The Kurds don't have to go. Israel can easily go right where those Kurds at in Iraq, in Ibril, and they can go take the same route you was going to tell those Kurds to take. But Israel not stupid. They know damn well if they go into Iran, what's the fuck going to happen? But the U.S., the whole world is watching. And Putin told Trump today, the only thing I can do for you is help you surrender. He didn't tell him surrender, but that's what he meant. That's the only thing I can do for you. Trump know his ass is grass.
Well, my friends, when these American officials spoke about heavy losses, they were probably referring not only to the loss of personnel, which, according to the Iranian military department, amounted to hundreds of soldiers, but also to the loss of expensive radars of the missile attack warning system. It is authentically known that in the 7 days of fighting, the United States lost dozens of expensive radars throughout the Middle East. According to experts, the U.S. Army's losses from the destruction of these expensive radars have already exceeded $8 billion. Furthermore, military experts state that after the war ends, it will take the United States 8 years and tens of billions of dollars to rebuild its military infrastructure in the Middle East. In addition, the analysts admitted that amid this war, Trump is trying his best to look confident and decisive. However, he is not very good at it. As a result, Trump's statements regarding Iran not only look weird, but also absurd. My friends, let me remind you that despite the serious problems that the United States has faced in the war against Iran, Donald Trump continues to claim that Tehran has allegedly already lost the war, and that only the United States will decide who will become the new leader of Iran. In addition, Trump also stated that Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, would not live long, because Washington did not approve his candidacy. Nevertheless, judging by Iran's actions, it seems that Tehran is not taking Trump's words seriously, as it continues to methodically inflict painful blows on American and Israeli forces in the region. Furthermore, it seems that with the rise to power of the 56-year-old Mojtaba Khamenei, the problems faced by the United States and Israel in this war have only increased. The fact is that Mojtaba Khamenei is even more conservative and radical than his father.
He's not gonna play with him.
Experts are confident that Iran's new supreme leader will not only refuse to negotiate with the United States.
Khomeini refused to go hide out, but now I'm sure the Revolutionary Guard told him, "Your butt going to the mountains because you got to guard the revolution." They never. I'm saying,
but will also significantly.
Like Putin and China now they came out and said they better not try. They're gonna try to kill him. I don't believe they're gonna succeed. He is in the mountains, deep underground, as he should be. He don't got shit to prove.
Increase military pressure on American and Israeli forces in the region. By the way, right after the rise to power of Mojtaba Khamenei, Iran not only launched a new series of large-scale missile and drone attacks on Israel, but also significantly increased its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, on the morning of March 9th, the price of Brent crude oil rose to $119 per barrel. In parallel, the price of Russian Urals crude oil also increased significantly. Currently, 1 barrel of Russian oil costs $103. However, experts believe that this is not the limit. According to them, if Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices could exceed $200 per barrel in the coming days. Against this backdrop, Russian oil sales have increased rapidly. At the same time, experts note that Russian oil is being purchased by almost all countries of the world, including those that previously refused to buy Russian energy resources because of American sanctions. Meanwhile, on March 9th, the U.S. command officially acknowledged the deaths of 2 more American soldiers. The official statement says that these American soldiers died as a result of severe injuries they received in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait during an Iranian missile attack. It is noteworthy that this admission was made by the U.S. command right after the militants of the Shiite paramilitary group Kataib Hezbollah attacked American forces in Iraq. At the moment, pro-Iranian militants are engaged in a full-scale guerrilla war against U.S. forces in Iraq. Pro-Iranian militants are ambushing American convoys and attacking U.S. military posts and bases almost in non-stop mode. Against this backdrop, on the night of March 9th, the U.S. command, with the help of a group of U.S. Special Forces, attempted to eliminate several pro-Iranian guerrilla commanders. It is reliably known that 4 Black Hawk helicopters landed a group of U.S. Special Forces in the desert, near the city of An-Nukhab. At the same time, the U.S. command decided not to warn the Iraqi authorities about the upcoming operation against pro-Iranian militants. And this became a strategic mistake of the Americans. The fact that the 41st Army Brigade of the Iraqi Armed Forces spotted a well-armed group in the Iraqi desert, and sent 6 armored vehicles with Iraqi soldiers to intercept them. The Americans, convinced that they had been spotted by pro-Iranian militants, attacked the armored vehicles, resulting in a 15-minute shooting fight, with the use of grenade launchers. It is reported that both Americans and Iraqis suffered casualties. Reports indicate that as a result of this shooting fight, Iraq lost 2 armored vehicles and 4 soldiers. As for the American casualties, witnesses confirm that right after the shooting fight, Black Hawk helicopters evacuated 4 wounded and 2 dead American soldiers. Well, my dear friends, seeing this failure of the U.S. command, a reasonable question arises. If the United States cannot deal with the pro-Iranian guerrillas in Iraq and makes such strategic mistakes, how does Washington intend to launch a ground operation against Iran, which is defended by an army of millions of well-armed and motivated soldiers? By the way, Iran has already declared these 4 Iraqi soldiers to be national heroes and martyrs.
The opening salvo in what military analysts are already calling the most destabilizing conflict of the century has just taken a terrifying turn into the realm of environmental warfare. We are waking up to the devastating news that Bahrain's primary water infrastructure is in flames. According to reports flooding in from Manama and confirmed by regional sources, Iranian retaliatory strikes have successfully taken out critical desalination plants that supply the island nation with its drinking water.
Bahrain says Iranian drone attacks damaged one of its desalination plants and injured 3 people.
They've said that there was an Iranian drone attack that caused material damage to a water desalination plant.
And Iran mounts attack on its neighbors in Bahrain. A water desalination plant has been struck by Iran in its latest attack.
This is not just another military target. This is a direct hit on the ability of a nation to sustain life. To understand the magnitude of this, we have to look at what happened just days prior. The world watched a viral video on X, the former Twitter, that showed U.S. multiple missile launchers positioned on Bahraini soil, unleashing hell into Iranian territory. It was a shocking visual that stripped away any pretense of Bahraini neutrality. That footage effectively signed the death warrant for Bahrain's own infrastructure. Iran has been very clear in its communication. You use your land to launch aggression against our civilians, specifically against our water, and we will return the favor tenfold. The Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, pointed out that the U.S. set this dark precedent by first attacking a desalination plant on Iran's Keshem Island, cutting off water to 30 villages. So, what we are seeing now is the harsh reality of the law of retaliation. Bahrain, by hosting the U.S. Fifth Fleet at the Jubair base and allowing that base to be used as a launchpad for strikes on Iranian soil, has effectively transformed itself from a diplomatic mediator into a legitimate military target. They made themselves a willing tool for the aggressors, and now their civilian population is paying the price for that decision made by their rulers. Before we dive deeper into the crumbling balance of power in the Gulf, and the absolutely catastrophic water crisis that is about to engulf these nations, I need you to understand the gravity of what water war actually means. This isn't about politics anymore. It's about survival. If you want to support honest journalism that tells you the truth about the empire's overreach and the consequences of endless war, please hit that like button, share this video with everyone you know, and subscribe to the channel. We need to amplify the voices that are speaking out against this madness, because the mainstream media is certainly not going to show you the full picture. They won't show you the terror in Tehran or the desperation that is about to hit the streets of Bahrain. Stay with me, because we are about to walk through a scenario that sounds like a dystopian novel, but is actually our immediate future. We are talking about the weaponization of water, and it is going to open a wound so deep it could send the entire region back to the Stone Age. Let's get into the technical reality of what just happened, because most people watching don't realize how flimsy the existence of life is in the Arabian Gulf. These aren't lush landscapes with rivers and lakes. These are deserts that survive purely on industrial engineering. Desalination is the process of removing salt and minerals from seawater to make it drinkable. For the Gulf countries, it isn't a luxury. It is the only game in town. They use massive plants that rely on 2 main technologies: thermal distillation, which basically boils the seawater and captures the steam, or reverse osmosis, which forces water through incredibly sensitive membranes at high pressure. It is a process that requires massive amounts of energy, constant maintenance, and highly specialized parts. The Gulf region, specifically the GCC states, account for about 40% of the world's desalinated water. Bahrain is at the top of that dependency list. We aren't talking about a backup supply. We are talking about nearly 100% of their drinking water coming from these facilities. They have negligible freshwater aquifers. They have no rivers. When those machines stop, the taps run dry within hours. So, when Iran targeted those plants, they didn't just damage a building. They placed a gun to the head of every man, woman, and child in that country. This is the ugly side of warfare that the Pentagon and Netanyahu don't want you to focus on. Now, let's look at the broader map of misery that is about to unfold. Iran isn't stupid. They understand the hydrology of the region better than anyone. They know that attacking desalination isn't just about inconveniencing a government. It's about breaking the back of the society that hosts American bases. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar are all watching this with sheer terror because their house of cards is just as fragile. Saudi Arabia produces the most desalinated water in the world, covering about 70% of its drinking water needs. The UAE is investing billions in plants like Taweelah, but they are still vulnerable. Kuwait relies on desalination for 90% of its water. These countries have spent decades building these industrialized solutions to their natural scarcity, but they forgot to build actual defense mechanisms around them. A single well-placed missile or drone can erase billions in infrastructure and condemn millions to thirst. Think about the environmental feedback loop here for a second. These plants pump out heated brine, hyper-salty waste, back into the Gulf. The Gulf is already 25% saltier than typical seawater because of this, and it's shallow. By attacking these plants, Iran is not just stopping water production. They are potentially causing massive environmental spills and contamination that will ruin the marine ecosystem for generations. It's a double tap to the region's ability to survive. Imagine a scenario just a few days from now where the entire region is without water. It sounds extreme, but it is a logical conclusion if this escalation continues. We have already seen the United States and Israel try to decapitate the Iranian desalination plants as well. We have seen the response hitting the Gulf states. If this widens, and Iran decides to systematically target every major desalination plant from Kuwait down to Oman, the result would be functionally equivalent to detonating a tactical nuclear bomb on the region's economy and social order, but without the radiation. In fact, it might be worse. A nuclear blast kills people in a specific radius. A water outage kills everyone, everywhere, slowly. Hospitals would shut down within hours because they cannot sterilize equipment. Fires would rage in cities with no means to put them out. The food supply chain would collapse because agriculture, even in the desert, relies on water for livestock and irrigation. You would see mass migrations not seen since the dawn of humanity, with millions of people fleeing the coastlines inland, only to die in the empty quarter. The psychological impact alone would break the spirit of the population. This isn't hyperbolic scaremongering. This is the reality of modern warfare targeting critical civilian infrastructure. And who is to blame for opening this Pandora's box? Netanyahu and Trump. They thought they could surgically remove their opponents in Tehran without understanding that in the Middle East, everything is connected. You strike Iran's water, Iran strikes your allies' water. It is the simplest equation in the world. In the midst of this hellfire, there is a move on the international stage that exposes the utter hypocrisy of the so-called rules-based order. News is breaking that the Iranian Red Crescent, along with international legal advocates, is compiling a dossier to submit to the International Criminal Court. They are seeking criminal charges against Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. And let's be brutally honest here. The charges have merit. We aren't talking about accidental collateral damage. We are talking about direct, premeditated attacks on civilian infrastructure that is essential for survival. The strike on Keshem Island that started this particular phase wasn't a military base. It was a water facility serving 30 villages. That is a textbook definition of a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. Of course, the ICC is a political tool, and we know that the US has threatened to sanction any prosecutor who goes after their citizens. But the fact that this is being filed matters. It puts on the record that the global South, the people of Uganda, the people of Iran, the people of the Arab world, see Netanyahu for what he is. As that Channel 4 reporter so rightly pointed out to the Israeli spokesperson, standing amid the rubble of their own attacks, you don't have the moral high ground here at all. Your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. And he is right. Netanyahu, who is already indicted for corruption, and now for war crimes stemming from previous campaigns, has the audacity to stand there and preach about self-defense while his air force is leveling residential areas and cutting off water supplies. And then there is Donald Trump, the man who ran for office promising to end the endless wars, to stop spending American treasure on Middle Eastern quagmires. Remember his rallies? He would stand there and tell you that Biden was going to get us into World War III, that he was the only one who could keep us out. Well, look where we are. In just the first week of this folly, the war on Iran has cost the American taxpayer an estimated $6 billion. Let me repeat that. $6 billion in 7 days. That is money that could have rebuilt the water infrastructure in Flint, Michigan. That is money that could have paid the salaries of every teacher in the country for a month. Instead, it's been turned into vapor and smoke over the Persian Gulf. Military analysts estimate we are burning through about $1 billion a day when you factor in the cost of cruise missiles, the deployment of carrier strike groups, the fuel, the intelligence assets, and the replacement costs for the drones that are being shot down. Project that out for a month. We are looking at a bill pushing $30 billion to $50 billion. And for what? To try and impose a leader on a country that has 3,000 years of continuous civilization? Trump says Iran needs someone acceptable to him to be in charge. The arrogance is staggering. The man who criticized those stupid wars is now the architect of one of the most strategically idiotic wars in modern history. As we look at the next 24 hours, the situation remains incredibly fluid, but deeply grim. Reports from Press TV and the Tehran Times indicate that the IRGC has successfully blinded U.S. radar systems in the region, making future strikes easier. They have vowed it will continue. We are hearing that fuel tanks at Kuwait International Airport have been hit, and that a university in northern Bahrain has been struck by missile debris. The attacks are widening, not narrowing. The United States is trying to project strength, but they are losing servicemen. We have confirmed reports of American soldiers being killed, and Trump has to attend somber ceremonies to bring home the dead. This is the reality that the kick the dog crowd doesn't see. They think bombing Iran is like a video game. But there are body bags coming home. There are families in America who will never see their children again because of this reckless escalation. And on the other side, there are families in Iran, like the 148 schoolgirls reportedly killed in an earlier strike, who will never go home again. The blood is on the hands of the decision makers in Washington and Tel Aviv. Stay safe, stay informed, and keep questioning the motives of those who send others to die for their geopolitical fantasies. We will be back with more updates as this story develops. Subscribe to never miss an update.
If you can't catch your breath and treatments aren't working, you have mucus plugs, dense blockages suffocating your airways like corks in a bottle. Here's the only way to dissolve them. If you're struggling to breathe right now, if you've tried inhalers, expectorants, breathing treatments, and nothing seems to work for more than a few minutes, I need to tell you something that's going to change everything. After 17 years as a lung specialist studying thousands of patients who couldn't breathe, I discovered something that most doctors either don't know or won't tell you. Breathing problems aren't caused by mucus.
The latest footage shows a barrage of Iranian missiles plunging Israel, particularly Tel Aviv, into an unprecedented catastrophe, with the multiple of attack waves increased to 10 starting Monday, following Israel's March 7th attack on a fuel depot in Tehran.
That's why Trump went to water, bro.
IRGC released footage of the launch of the 31st wave
Yeah,
as
they say
part
they
of
done with all the little toys. They done with the firecrackers. They say only the big boy missiles gonna be hitting the ground from now on. That's what they said today. This wave 31, they say they'll have wave 1,000 if Israel and Trump keep playing with them.
Operation True Promise 4, dedicated to the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Ayatollah Said Moshtaba Khamenei, codenamed Labayek Ya Khamenei, against Israel including U.S. bases. The wave that launched the largest number of missiles is reported to
the Shiite leader in Iraq, al-Sistani, and he had a little more juice than Khomeini. Khomeini, like in the Shiite establishment, was under him, I see. So the Iraqi Shiite cleric, which I guess is over all of the Shiites in the world, the guy in Iraq, he just came out today and gave a religious fatwa. All holy Shiite warriors have to support Iran. So all over the world, what do you see? They won't show you this in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Anywhere you find a Shia here in America, that's a fact. They have to support Iran. Now, another thing, very dangerous. I see on the news, America keeps saying, and this is not a joke, I'm gonna have to do a video on this just so y'all can pay attention to this part. America is saying today that they have intercepted communications with the Iranians saying they were going to release their sleeper cells in America. That's all a lie. That's a false flag. They're going to terrorize Americans and blame it on Iran. That's a fact. They need millions of Americans willing to be cannon fodder for Israel.
to have begun, allegedly involving advanced long-range missiles. The Air Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps released images of the Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missile, which was launched towards Israel, and this time featured targets against everything in Tel Aviv. Tehran launches between 6 to 7 waves of missiles per day, not counting regular drone interventions, has begun to respond harshly to Israel.
They humiliated Trump today. They launched more missiles and rockets than they had did the whole time in the war. And Trump said, and data showed that the U.S. is running out of bombs. They're 80% less than they was doing on the first day. So they're going on TV and say they have degraded Iran. No, it looked like they have been degraded.
And does not intend to limit itself to just that. A senior Iranian official said that the ongoing conflict with Israel and the United States had entered a new phase, rejecting the notion that hostilities would end soon, and affirming that Tehran would set a timetable for its completion. Quoting an Iraqi official, Iranian foreign minister said on Sunday, "Our honor is not for sale. The Americans and the Zionist entity asked us to stop firing, and we refused."
Hezbollah.
Militarily,
Hezbollah going to invade. Iran probably already got a bunch of his soldiers, Navy, ground forces in Syria and in Lebanon. They're going to invade Israel. Watch out.
the side that asks for help and calls for a ceasefire is the losing side, not the winning side, Abbas Araghchi warned. In response to recent attacks on Iranian oil and fuel depots, Iranian officials announced imminent regional retaliation, potentially targeting energy infrastructure, which could lead to widespread disruptions in enemy oil and gas supplies. Tel Aviv's skies were like day at night. The city was rained down with missiles, Iranian harshest retaliation having begun. It was unclear if this was the same missile or a different missile, but footage showed another display of what appeared to be bunched ammunition warheads over the city of Israeli settlers, a barrage of small rockets hitting its targets, and no interceptor missiles being launched. Sirens sounded throughout the city. Some reported to have had an impact, as compounded by the lack of response from air defense. The situation continued to deteriorate. Many Israelis ask, where is the importance of the Iron Dome? Iran announced an increase in its attacks on Israel this week. Its priority targets are military and economic infrastructure. Recording or disseminating video is now punishable by prison, but the missile rain reportedly occurred at Ben Gurion. The night at the airport will feel long and dark. Chaos broke out on the ground, while Netanyahu was reported to have moved his family to safety in Miami. Eyewitnesses report that Tel Aviv is now plunged into chaos and total darkness. The Iranian army launched a devastating attack on the main power plant in Israel, which caused the power plant to be completely destroyed, energy centers to be destroyed, and oil tanks to burn. Sources write that the media hides the facts, which confuses everyone, but the fact is that many buildings are in ruins, everything is turned to ashes. The foreign policy of the war running this time seemed to benefit Iran. Iranian swift response with missile and drone strikes across the region not only broadened the scope of the war, but also showed that Tehran, with a strategy known as horizontal escalation, seeks to increase the political and economic costs of aggression for the US and Israel.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in a day.
A new war of words is intensifying the already volatile confrontation between the United States and Iran. Both sides are now accusing each other of launching military strikes from heavily populated civilian areas. Iran says the United States is using residential areas in neighboring countries to attack Iranian territory. According to Iranian officials, such actions are putting the entire region at risk. The accusation came from Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai. In a post on social media, Baghai shared a video that he claims shows American forces launching missiles toward Iran from the territory of a neighboring country. Baghai said missiles were being fired from residential zones outside Iran's borders. He also claimed that U.S. fighter jets were using the airspace of neighboring countries to conduct attacks on Iranian targets. According to Tehran, such actions threaten the security of the entire Middle East. Iran says these operations are the reason it has carried out retaliatory strikes on American military bases in the region. Iranian officials insist their attacks are defensive responses to what they call aggression by the United States and Israel. The accusations come amid ongoing hostilities that began after a series of military strikes targeting Iran. But Washington is making a very different claim. The U.S. military says it is Iran that is using civilian areas as cover for military operations. In a statement, United States Central Command, also known as CENTCOM, warned civilians inside Iran to remain indoors. According to the U.S. military, Iranian forces have been launching drones and ballistic missiles from densely populated neighborhoods. CENTCOM says military activity has been observed in several major Iranian cities. These include Dezful, Isfahan, and Shiraz. The U.S. military claims that Iranian forces are operating from crowded urban areas while deploying one-way attack drones and ballistic missiles. According to Washington, this tactic knowingly puts civilians in danger. Iran, however, strongly denies the accusation. Tehran says the United States is attempting to justify its military strikes by blaming Iran for operating near civilian locations. With both sides accusing each other of using populated areas for military operations, the information war surrounding the conflict is becoming just as intense as the fighting itself. And as tensions escalate across the region, the risk to civilians on all sides continues to grow.
Al Udeid Air Base, the largest United States military installation in the Middle East, is reportedly under attack. Unverified reports suggest that loud explosions followed by sirens were heard at the base in Doha. Early alerts indicate that the base may have been directly targeted, with possible impacts reported in the area. Remember, since the war broke out following the strikes by the US and Israel, in which Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed, Iran has been targeting Al Udeid base with drones and missiles.
All those bases.
The attack, if confirmed, would mark one of the most direct strikes against US forces in the Gulf since the conflict escalated between Iran, Israel, and their allies. Iran's direct hit also could mark a major escalation, potentially pulling the United States even deeper into a widening Middle East war. Iran is targeting Al Udeid Air Base mainly because it is the most important US military hub in the Middle East. Hitting it sends both a military and political message to Washington. Here are the key reasons. Number one, it is the largest US base in the Middle East. It hosts around 8,000 to 10,000 American troops and massive air infrastructure. It has two huge runways capable of handling B-52 bombers, fighter jets, and cargo aircraft. It is equipped with advanced radar, missile defense, and surveillance systems. It also has huge fuel, logistics, and command facilities. Because of its scale, damaging the base would directly impact U.S. military capability in the Gulf. Number two, it is the command center for U.S. air wars. The base hosts the Combined Air Operations Center, CAUC, which coordinates air missions across the entire Middle East. From this facility, the U.S. manages operations in places like Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and the Persian Gulf region. Many U.S. airstrikes and surveillance missions in the region are planned and controlled from this base. Number three, it is CENTCOM's forward headquarters. Al Udeid acts as the forward command hub for the U.S. Central Command, which oversees American military operations across the Middle East and Central Asia. That means the base is essentially the nerve center of U.S. military power.
Revolutionary salute to our new member, Larry McDaniel F6563, for getting his membership to the House of Revolution. Revolution is where life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute. Hometown, appreciate you.
In the region. Number four, it sits close to Iran. Geographically, Qatar is just across the Persian Gulf from Iran. This proximity means U.S. aircraft can launch missions toward Iran or nearby regions quickly. The base acts as a deterrent against Iran. Iran wants to show U.S. bases are vulnerable. Tehran has repeatedly warned that all U.S. bases in the Middle East are potential targets. By targeting Al Udeid, Tehran aims to retaliate for U.S. strikes on Iranian assets, demonstrate that American bases cannot operate safely in the region, and pressure Washington by threatening troops and infrastructure. Meanwhile, Qatar has intercepted a fresh attack from Iran on early Monday. Sirens were sounded.
If people be on TV talking shit, they ain't never got their ass kicked like this.
Across Doha, as Qatar reported a fresh salvo in its airspace. Amid no end to the tensions, Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed
he was talking shit today. He gonna get fucked up. Talking about he blamed the Iranians. You gonna get fucked up. The rest of those Arabs.
bin Abdul Rahman has urged all sides involved in the Middle East war to de-escalate, the Prime Minister told Sky News during an interview on Sunday. We will continue talking to the Iranians. We will continue trying to seek de-escalation. Sheikh Mohammed said recent events delivered a huge shakeup to the trust underpinning the relationship with Iran.
Yeah, and the Russian ambassador checked they bitch ass talking about y'all ain't blamed the Americans and Israel yet. Y'all talking about Iran.
Professor Jiang Shi-Quinn is, of course, asleep now. But earlier, I interviewed him on your behalf. And I started by asking this Nostradamus, who has become a viral historian, totally viral. Proactive history is now sweeping the world. And this Professor Jiang agreed to come on the mother of all talk shows. I'm very glad to say, and so will you be when you've heard this interview. I asked him for his thoughts on what was happening right now in the Middle East. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, so right now, the United States and Iran are at war with each other. And what I expect to happen is that the United States will launch a ground invasion at some point. In fact, there are rumors that the 82nd Airborne Division has been deployed. They've canceled their training and they have received their deployment orders. Those are just rumors, not confirmed, but there's a lot of chatter, and we're going to expect a ground invasion at some point. I predict that this ground invasion will fail, which will lead to the collapse of the American empire. Basically, the United States will retreat from the Middle East, and CENTCOM, Central Command, will be absorbed into Israel. And so what will happen is then that Israel will achieve the Greater Israel Project. The Israelis believe that the Middle East was promised to their ancestor Abraham by Yahweh, their God. If you look at a map of the Greater Israel Project, it extends from the Nile to Euphrates. It encompasses Lebanon, Syria, parts of Turkey, parts of Saudi Arabia, and parts of Egypt, meaning that regardless of how this war in Iran progresses, Israel will continue to be aggressive. In fact, the former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, has said that Turkey will be the new Iran, meaning that after this war against Iran is over, then Turkey will be the threat. And so we can expect that Israel will continue to be aggressive and eventually conquer most of the Middle East once this war in Iran concludes. And then Israel will establish something called a Pax Judaica. Pax Judaicum is really the empire, a trading empire, a financial empire, a technological empire based in Jerusalem, and they see it as fulfillment of biblical prophecy. They want to rebuild Solomon's temple. That means that they will at some point destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In fact, there are rumors that the Israelis have shut down the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and right now they are, and again, these are just rumors, not confirmed, but people suspect that the Israelis are implanting explosives for controlled demolition so that they can blame a Iranian missile on the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which, as we know, is the third holiest site in all of Islam. In fact, on YouTube, there's a rabbi who talks about this plan. He says that wouldn't it be wonderful if during a war, an Iranian missile hit the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Arabs and the Persians would go fight each other, and those animals would kill each other. Those are his literal words. So we can also expect at some point that the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed. So that's how I see this war in the Middle East progressing in the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, there is an eschatological flurry, a blizzard, a hail coming like missiles everywhere. America seems to be in the grip of a kind of Old Testament frenzy. And even American officials are talking in these apocalyptic terms, hurrying on Armageddon, explicitly stating that killing Iranians will hurry up the return of Jesus to the world. Scientific men like you and I probably don't have to spend too much time on this eschatology, but let's talk about what it would mean in practice. Netanyahu spoke this very day about a major surprise that he has coming for the Iranians, which he said will completely destabilize the country. Now, I mean, it's thinly veiled. I mean, there's not exactly a burqa on the meaning of that. It means either ground invasion or a resort to nuclear weapons. Let's start with the second hypothesis first. What would it mean if Israel launched a nuclear weapon at Iran?
Right. So the strategy is to use a tactical nuclear weapon against Iran's underground missile cities, missile bases. Right now, American airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes, cannot penetrate underground and destroy the capacity of the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles and drones at the GCC and at Israel. And what experts say is that a tactical nuclear strike will not destroy these cities, will not destroy these bases, but they will seal off the entrances and make them inhabitable, make them useless, basically. So a tactical nuclear strike is definitely part of the military strategies of the Israelis and the Americans. I personally do not believe this is likely. And there are certain reasons why I am not that convinced that they will in fact use a tactical bomb. The first reason is just military doctrine, where militaries tend to be bureaucracies, very strict chain of command. And in order for the military bureaucracy to function, you need a strict military doctrine, an understanding of how to fight a war. Now, Israel has something called a exception option. The idea is that if the very existence of Israel is threatened at any point, then Israel will launch all its nuclear arsenal, and it could be, and people argue about how many nukes it has, 90 to 300, okay? But Israel would launch these nuclear weapons and nuke all the world cities, okay? And this is called exception option, where Israel is not retaliating, but Israel is just destroying the world. So in other words, Israel has a strategic nuclear arsenal and not a tactical nuclear arsenal. And it's actually not that easy to transfer from a strategic nuclear arsenal into a tactical nuclear arsenal. So that's one major limitation to this idea. The second thing is that we assume that the Israelis and Americans are going to go into Iran and they want to win this war, whatever winning means for them. They have not actually defined what meaning means. But, if we look at eschatology, if we think that, in fact, that Israel and America are conducting this war in order to bring about the return of Jesus, which is what many American soldiers believe, then the eschatology requires America to lose this war. Because if America were to lose this war, then Israel would emerge as a dominant nation in the Middle East. So Israel doesn't need to beat Iran. Israel just needs America and Iran to destroy each other. And so for that to happen, you would want a ground invasion. So Israel wants to position America so that it is forced into a ground invasion. So I think a much more reasonable option would be to send in limited ground troops, perhaps the 82nd Airborne Division to try to capture a nuclear site, to decapitate Tehran. I'm not quite sure what they have in mind. But again, I'm not actually, I am not all convinced that a nuclear option is on the table. The third problem is Russia. So the Washington Post has reported that Russia is providing targeting intelligence to the Iranians, which is exactly what US and NATO did in Ukraine against Russia. So it's almost like payback for Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, has said that Russia considers Iran an indispensable ally. So I think that backdoors, Russia and Putin have told the Americans and the Israelis to watch it, like don't go too far. Don't move too fast up the escalation ladder. And at some point, I predict that Putin will put Iran under the Russian nuclear umbrella, meaning that any nuclear weapon used in Iran will be considered a direct attack against Russia, and Russia will respond accordingly.
Well, you'll have successfully chilled the blood of most of the audience, Professor, and that's, of course, inevitable given the gravity of your message. So let's look at that first hypothesis then. No nuclear attack, but a ground attack. Now, Iran is 93 million people. The American intelligence agencies themselves are reporting that no significant breach exists in Iran. The much vaunted liberal classes, pro-American liberal classes in Iran are really limited to the vestibule, the foyer of the Intercontinental Hotel in Tehran. And in any case, according to the propaganda, thousands of those were killed by the Iranian government's forces only a couple of months ago. So we may surmise that the Iranian people are, to a very significant extent, united in the face of this enormous aggression. So you drop by parachute the 82nd Airborne into a 93 million population with a mountainous and vast territory. What happens next?
Right. So I don't think that they will actually do that either, because as you point out, parachuting any amount of soldiers into the middle of Iran is just pure suicide. They are bound to be either killed or captured in the process, which would be completely humiliating for Trump and Netanyahu. You're absolutely right in that Iran is much more unified than ever before. So in June, there was a 12-day war. And in the first few days, Israel was very successful in decapitating the regime. A lot of generals, a lot of scientists, a lot of high officials of the Iranian government were being targeted and were being killed. But that attack expended a lot of Israeli resources in terrain. They had spent years developing intelligence, human intelligence networks that were uncovered because of this 12-day war. Also, because of the indiscriminate killing during the 12-day war, the Iranians struck back hard against Israelis, and it really unified the people. The Iranian government was much more resilient and much more resolved than the Israelis predicted. They actually believed that airstrike decapitation would basically destroy the government, as though it were a house of cards. You fast forward to January, where there were these mass protests across the country, and we know that this is a part of the classic color revolution playbook, where Mossad agents were embedded among the protesters. Many of these protesters were paid agents and saboteurs developed by the Israeli over a number of years. But the Iranians were able to close out the internet and jam Starlink and discover these cells. So another way of saying this is that the Israelis had spent years in building up networks throughout Iran that they could use for this war. But because of the 12-day war, and because of January protests, these networks have been destroyed, so that the government in Iran is much more unified, much more coherent than ever before. And that presents a problem for ground invasion, because it is the American military doctrine to use as many proxies as possible. Now, a few days ago, there was talk of the Americans bring the Kurds into the war from Iraq. There's also talk of bringing the Sunni ISIS insurgents from Iraq into the war. And as of today, we discovered that the Kurds have refused this American offer to join the war. And if America were to launch a ground invasion, it would have to do so by itself. And quite honestly, I would not know how it would actually launch the ground invasion. For a ground invasion to work properly, they need to mass forces. That means bringing at least 500,000 soldiers into the Middle East and preparing them for a full-scale ground invasion through either Pakistan or through Iraq. And right now, the GCC countries are being bombarded by drones and ballistic missiles. And so it'd be very hard for troops to be prepared and to be staged properly. So the ground invasion is part of a plan, but I don't really know the specifics of how they would accomplish such a ground invasion.
And of course, Pakistan, it showing all the signs of being more likely to intervene, if they intervened, on the side of Iran rather than on the side of the United States, certainly if you judged by their rhetoric. Now, Professor, we already know, despite the censorship and self-censorship involved, that this is not a one-sided war, that the Iranian ballistic, hypersonic, and even drone response is taking a severe toll on cities like Tel Aviv and Haifa. What do you estimate? How would you calibrate the level of damage on the Israeli side?
ZipRecruiter. Need to hire right away.
Right. So the main lesson that the Israelis learned from the 12-day war is to censor its own people, to make sure that this footage of destruction will not come out and be made public around the world. So I think that Israel is far more resilient than people believe. Yes, a lot of people are leaving Israel. Yes, the Iranians are doing a lot of damage, but the Israelis are an eschatological people. They really do believe that this is the end times. And they have been extremely fanatical ever since October 7th. So I think that the Israeli people themselves are much more unified, much more determined than people assume, even though I assume that the damage to Tel Aviv is just vast. The real issue are the GCC countries. The GCC countries are extremely vulnerable, much more vulnerable than people previously imagined. So the GCC countries before thought that, we are neutral, we are Muslim. So if there's a war to break out between Iran and Israel, then we'll be neutral and Iran will leave us alone. The problem is that Iran recognizes that if America attacks us, then we need to be able to defend ourselves. And the American military is ultimately supported by the GCC countries, because it's the GCC countries that pay for the weapon systems that house American soldiers and that allow American Air Force to use its airspace to strike Iran. So the Iranians are very smart in that the first two things that they did after the war started was, one, de facto close off the Strait of Hormuz, thus strangling the global economy, and then launching drone strikes against the GCC nations. Now, these drone strikes are extremely controversial, and there's a lot of debate about them. So, for example, at first it was reported that the Iranians used a drone to hit a Saudi Aramco oil facility, thus damaging the energy infrastructure of Saudi Arabia. And that's grounds for a declaration of war. But later it was reported that actually this drone came from the west in Lebanon rather than from the east. And the Iranians actually denied this, saying that we want to protect our oil facilities just as much as you want to protect your oil facilities. So why would we give you a reason to come attack our oil facilities, right? We're better off attacking U.S. bases. We're better off attacking the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. We won't waste our precious ammunition targeting oil fields. And also, Tucker Carlson on his show told us that he was told by the Qataris that they had arrested 2 Mossad agents suspected of infiltrating Qatar in order to commit false flag sabotage operations. And the Qataris have denied this report, but we can suspect that this is true because it really is the Mossad MO. So the GCC nations are the ones that are in real trouble because of this war. Not only because the Iranians want to destroy the American military's capacity to supply ammunition, but also because the Israelis want to drag the GCC nations into this war and create a regional conflagration, especially Saudi Arabia. Because remember, in the Greater Israel Project scheme, eventually Israel needs to take on Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey. So why not just drag Saudi Arabia into this war and have Iran destroy Saudi Arabia in order to lessen the conflict later on?
And yet, Professor, it's raining oil in Tehran today, and I dare say also in Haifa, because for the first time in the war, and it's a war that's lasted a whole week, which is a long time by today's standards, the oil depots of Iran were apparently completely destroyed. And the streets, the very streets of Tehran are on fire. In retaliation, the major oil depots for Israel in the city of Haifa have been struck and are also on fire. So we're now in for a tit for tat on destroying oil production. In those circumstances, with oil heading for $150 a barrel, maybe even $200 a barrel, ineluctably, if there are more attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, the Iranians will strike the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf to create not $200 a barrel, but no price per barrel at all. You'd be putting a barrel of oil in the Louvre.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing is the escalation ladder climbing, right? So at first, I think all sides decided to focus on military targets. And now what they're doing is they're switching to soft targets that do economic damage. So the Americans struck a desalination plant in Iran. And so now thousands of Iranians will not have access to fresh water. And the Iranians responded by targeting a desalination plant in Bahrain, okay? So we have to understand that this is now total war, meaning that to destroy each other, they need to destroy each other's economies. And this marks a new world. We can't possibly return to the old world where you could access energy for cheap. In the future, and I'm talking about maybe in a year or two, every nation will have to engage in massive deindustrialization because they can no longer access cheap oil. More and more nations will start to engage in mercantilism, and they need to create their own self-sufficient supply chains. And the nation that is in most dire need right now is actually Japan, because Japan is an extremely wealthy country, but it's completely dependent on global supply chains. It receives about 75% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And Prime Minister Takaichi, in a speech, said that in 7 to 8 months, Japan will run out of oil and energy, thus threatening its entire economy. So the ultimate reverberations, the consequences of what's happening will be felt only a few weeks from now. But we should expect a massive global depression to appear on the horizon very soon. And basically, the old world order of global trade is dead, and it will never return in our lifetimes. That's the reality we're facing right now.
Now, as Sherlock Holmes might put it, the shoe that hasn't dropped in your discourse thus far is China. China has strategic relations with Iran. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, but it is gated. And the Chinese oil tankers are, of course, being allowed through the gate. China is a global superpower, the greatest manufacturing power on the earth. So in deindustrializing West, China's industrial power would see it through. But that's, of course, an invitation for war to be waged against China. Many people believe that the attack on Iran, indeed even the attack on Russia through Ukraine, are mere precursors from the real Armageddon, if I can put it that way, a US-China conflict. How do you feel about that?
I think over the next 2 months, 2 to 3 months, people's understanding of China, people's understanding of how the world works will radically shift. At the end of this month, Trump is scheduled for a state visit to Beijing. And this is his first state visit in his second term. And I don't think a sitting American president has visited China in the past 8 years. So this is a very big deal. And in fact, this meeting at the end of the month is just one of 3 planned meetings this year. And the reason why this is happening is that China and America plan a rapprochement. They plan a grand bargain to reset the international order. And the reason why is that there are 2 nations that have benefited the most from globalization. They are the United States and they are China. They are symbiotic. They are codependent. So America has its market and China has a manufacturing export economy. And China doesn't have a domestic consumer base. So China is completely reliant on exports, and it imports resources as primarily energy and food in order to feed its manufacturing base. So it is in China's best interest to come to an arrangement with America as soon as possible. And even though you could make the argument that Trump's actions in Venezuela, Trump's actions in Iran are to strangle the Chinese economy, I think that we can test this hypothesis in a month or two when Trump and Xi meet and come to a grand bargain. I think people, again, will be surprised and shocked by what will happen. It is entirely possible that China agrees to buy American oil rather than Iranian oil. It is entirely, right now, China imports a lot of energy needs from the Middle East, Qatar especially. And this war in the Middle East, it's not going to go away, and China needs to meet its energy needs. China imports 75% of its oil. and 60% of its energy supply comes from the Middle East. So I would not be surprised if Trump and China were to come to an agreement where China becomes America's energy consumer.
Now, let's go back to the original for the last question, Professor, and I'm grateful for your time. Is there an off-ramp? Any
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this idea would sell like crazy.
anywhere that can stop this catastrophe, that can stop this hurtling towards the end of times in the Middle East? Could Trump declare victory in some bogus way and pack it up?
So we are in a situation because the United States presented Iran with 3 impossible demands. These 3 impossible demands are 0 uranium enrichment, even for civilian purposes, to abandon its proxies in the Middle East, the Houthis, Hezbollah, the Shia militias in Iraq, Hamas, and to end or drastically reduce its ballistic missiles program. Okay, so these are 3 impossible demands, because basically what America says is that if you give up the right to defend yourself, we might not attack you. Oh, and by the way, we're not going to lift sanctions. So we're still going to strangle you economically, but we might be nice to you if you accede to our demands. So these are impossible demands. And it was clear at that point that the Americans were looking for a pretext to attack Iran. Trump's envoys in these negotiations were Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And these are 2 ardent Zionists who are close to Netanyahu. And we all know that Netanyahu wanted a war. Steve Witkoff, during the negotiations, went on TV and said that, oh, the Iranians are like 1 or 2 weeks away from weapons-grade uranium arrangement, basically saying that the Iranians are negotiating in bad faith, okay? So the Americans did everything possible to make sure that the Iranians could not agree to peace, and they were just looking for a pretext for war. Nonetheless, a few hours before the Israelis actually attacked Iran, the Omani foreign minister, the Omanis were the ones who were mediating the negotiations, went on TV and said that the Iranians had compromised. The Iranians had agreed to 0 uranium enrichment, even for civilian purposes, which before was a red line. And he also said that the Iranians were willing to negotiate with regard to their proxies as well as to their ballistic missiles program. And then what happened a few hours later? Well, the Americans and the Israelis killed their supreme leader. Okay? So another way of saying this is that for whatever reason, and we can argue about what the reasons are, the Americans and the Israelis are intent on war. And the reason why they have not articulated a strategy and a reason and a purpose is they want to maintain maximum flexibility, which means that they want to destroy Iran's capacity to be a nation state. They want to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. They want to divide Iran into ethnic enclaves that will be divided and ruled by Israel. And that's the ultimate purpose of this war. That's why the Americans are now targeting these desalination plants. And that's why they're targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, right? So from the American perspective, they want to destroy Iran. And the Iranians recognize this. And that's why the Iranians have said that we will fight to the bitter end. So yeah, so maybe there will be some mediation. Maybe the GCC nations, maybe others like China will try to help negotiate a peace. But for whatever reason, the Americans are set on the destruction of Iran.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
By the way, that's the number they're giving us, I guess. Our sources have told us that the number of... We want to bring you up to speed on this war over the past 24 hours. Today marks the 10th day of this Israel war on Iran. CENTCOM just confirmed the 7th American soldier killed in this war. By the way, that's the number they're giving us. I guess shame on me for not believing our government and not believing those KIA numbers at all. And how many have actually been wounded? Why are those numbers being kept from us? Our sources have told us that the number of medevac helicopters and the medevac helicopter flights specifically in the past 72 hours have been flying virtually around the clock, stocking up medical facilities in many of the outlying countries, Dubai, the UAE, etc. Based on the quantity of flights alone, sources we're speaking to put the number of injured well over 135 soldiers. That's being very conservative. So I'm just giving you the most conservative numbers at this point, 135. Meaning injured people on board being transported to triage locations, mostly onboard aircraft carriers, of course, which are essentially floating hospitals. Very easy to keep those numbers hidden when they're on aircraft carriers, out of the prying eyes of cameras. Many others, Stuttgart, Germany, massive NATO U.S. base there in Stuttgart. Meanwhile, oil prices skyrocketing today, then plummeting after Trump announced a press conference which is going to take place in about an hour from now in Florida. It says, I've got a plan for oil. So it went up to about $117, then plummeted down to 90. See the volatility that's taking place right now. Iranian oil tankers being hit, of course, as well. By U.S. and Israeli forces. Americans may not see the death or the wounded numbers, but they are starting to see this war hit their families. Gas and energy prices now shooting straight up. So the mainstream media is now trying to soften this blow because someone at Fox News sent out this message. The new line is short-term pain for long-term gain. Watch.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term. Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain. Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
Short-term, 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 and long-term.
Short-term blip. Hopefully this is a short-term pain.
Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefits.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
If you missed earlier in the show, this is a big piece of the story that's not being covered, and I'm surprised why the Pentagon is so quiet about this and CENTCOM is so quiet about this. The number of American wounded in this conflict so far. So if you missed the top of the show when I started talking about this is when our network was attacked and our show shut down. So I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to tell you all about it again in case anyone wants to know about it. So maybe we can even bring up the photos again. So today marks the 10th day of this Israel war on Iran. CENTCOM confirmed the 7th American soldier killed in this war. If you believe those numbers, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. The KIA numbers are, I'm telling you right now, are not accurate. How many have actually been wounded?
They're saying 7, and they got 3 in a van right there. That, you know what I mean? Like, oh, half of them are just now.
Yeah. Why are those numbers being kept from us? Well, our sources have told us the number of medevac helicopter flights in the past 72 hours have been flying around the clock, stocking up medical facilities in many of the outlying countries. I've heard this from now multiple sources. Dubai, surrounding areas. So how many Americans have actually been hurt in this? Is that why President Trump is now trying to pull back on this? Because maybe those numbers are going to start to come out? soldiers with brain damage, limbs blown off. We're going to learn about that. Based on the quantity of flights alone, sources we're speaking with have put the injured at well over 135 soldiers. And that, again, that's a very conservative number. I'm giving you the most conservative number possible. Some estimates that I've been seeing from different outlets and sources saying well over 1,000. But again, I'm going with the most conservative number of 135 based on my sourcing. So being able to be transported to these floating hospitals, which are these aircraft carriers, massive triage, and they are basically like massive, massive hospitals, right? We know this, and they're being able to. That's how you can keep it very quiet, of course, is by having these flights land on the aircraft carriers. Many others, according to reports in Stuttgart, Germany, where there's a massive NATO and U.S. base there in Stuttgart. Of course, that's where Germany, of course, is where Netanyahu fled to. It's unclear if he's still there or if he's back now in Israel, but that's where he was initially. He might still actually be there in Israel. In Germany. So, American wounded being treated inside of Germany. I'd like to know those numbers. When are the brave, by the way, when are the brave Pentagon reporters going to ask any questions about this?
Sorry, I told you gold and silver would reap the benefit crises and a weaker dollar 20% into precious.
Larry Johnson, good morning. Good day to you, my dear friend. Thank you for accommodating my schedule. As always, I know how much you have been in demand. Before we get to the intelligence community leaking, I told you so. What is the latest goings on between Russia and India over India's failure to support one of its principal pillars of BRICS, Iran?
It was in a very elegant, diplomatic, but firm move. Russia reminded India that when you betray us as a friend, there's a price to be paid. Prime Minister Modi went to Israel 2 days before the start of the Israeli-U.S. Unlawful, illegal, immoral attack on Iran. And boy, you talk about bowing and scraping. Modi had a big case of chapstick with him for all of the rear end smooching that he was doing. Oh my God, they signed a number of mutual security agreements and security cooperation, and he's referred to India as like the fatherland for Judaism, for at least Indian Jews, and Israel's the motherland. I mean, if this was sugar, you would have come away in a diabetic coma. So 2 days later, then the war starts. India is 80% dependent on the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf. The shutdown of the supply of oil that's coming out has took oil from $65 a barrel to now $110 a barrel. That is an economic cost that, and it's not just that the price has gone up. There is no oil coming out. This is so, we've never experienced anything in history like this. We've had previous spikes in the price of oil, when the special military operations started. Russia started with Ukraine. Oil spiked. I think it got up to like $200 a barrel briefly during the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War back in 1973, 74. But the supply was not suspended. The supply now is suspended. So now India is faced with, we got to go find some other oil. Well, they had been tweaking the United States nose by buying oil from Russia, but they were getting it at a discount. And basically they told Russia, well, yeah, we'd like to buy your oil, but we're violating sanctions, so we need a sweetener. So Russia would sell them to them at $55 a barrel instead of the $60 a barrel. Well, India comes back to Russia and says, "Hey, be our friend. Can you make up the supply?" And Russia's like, "No problem. We got you covered. But sorry, situation's been what it is. You're going to have to pay $5 above the Brent number." And Brent, one of the indices that's used. So India's learning a hard lesson. If it had not done what it did with Israel, and it really had betrayed Iran as a BRICS member, it would have probably had a much better deal coming out of Russia. But Russia's playing hardball with them now, and India is going to have to work its way back into the good graces of the Kremlin.
Why would India have cut those deals with Israel?
Money. I mean, the key supporter, I'm sure when you trace it back into India, the key supporters of Modi have very close ties with Israel. Wow. And, there's been not a peep out of Modi condemning the unlawful attack by the United States and Israel on Iran. I mean, this is, we've become, just insensitive. We've lost our nerve endings, so that when something so horrific, so wrong takes place, and the word sort of sits by and nods, "Oh yeah, that's awful. That's too bad," but life goes on. Well, life ain't going on after this. This is fundamentally going to change the world, in some cases in a good way, in some cases in a bad way.
Before we jump to the latest in the war and the shenanigans of the intelligence community, here's Treasury Secretary Bessent. I mean, you got to wonder where he comes from. The United States is giving permission to India to buy Russian oil. Watch this, Larry. It's almost as if he knew what you were going to say to me this morning. Chris, cut number 18.
The Indians had been very good actors. We had asked them to stop buying sanctioned Russian oil this fall. They did. They were going to substitute it with U.S. oil, but to ease the temporary gap of oil around the world, we have given them permission to accept the Russian oil. We may unsanction other Russian oil. The other thing Treasury can do here, Larry, is there are hundreds of millions of barrels of sanctioned crude on the water. And in essence, by unsanctioning them, Treasury can create supply.
Frustrated with the way you currently file your taxes? What if you could track your tax expert's progress?
It must be tough to go through life being that stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, Bessent isn't the arrogance about the man. When you're proud of being mediocre, that's not a good sign. 5 weeks ago, he's singing a different tune about it. India better toe the line and not stop buying that Russian oil. And now, never mind. Oh, hey, go buy the Russian. Didn't matter what he says. India is going to buy the Russian oil because they absolutely need it. Now, the other thing that's going on here. Over the weekend, the United States Israel attacked and destroyed an oil refinery in Iran, and it caused massive fire. It was and massive pollution. really create some health risks. Iran said, okay. So they now have hit the oil refinery in Bahrain and Kuwait. So they announced last night, okay, that's how you want to play? You hit us there, we're going to hit you there. And then today, the U.S. hit an Iranian oil tanker. So Iran said, okay, the United States thinks that we can bully and muscle them, that we have enough force that we can coerce Iran to surrender to our will. No, we don't. And now we're going to learn the hard way because, as I said at the outset, we've never had a situation where the complete oil shutdown and no oil coming out of the Persian Gulf. And it's going to dramatically hurt certain countries. India was one that was very vulnerable. Now, Russia's going to save its bacon, but you know what? It's like when you go to the Godfather to get a loan to, get some help to keep the other bad guys off your back. There's some obligations that come with that. Philippines, 94% dependent. Japan, South Korea, very dependent. Japan's got apparently like 200 days of supply. And it's not just the petroleum, then it's also the liquid natural gas. So, two key energy products that no longer are flowing out into the world. And the economic shock is already being felt. I don't know, and you're in New Jersey, I'm in Florida. The price, I went to the gas station.
What is gasoline in Florida now?
It's now, it went up. What I pay, $3.04, which other people say, well, that's real low. But a week ago it was $2.50. So it's gone up. It's gone up 54 cents, and I predict by the end of this week it'll be up another 50 cents.
I paid $3.68 a gallon yesterday afternoon in New Jersey. Wow. And then the people I buy it from, they own a bunch of gas stations. They're friends of mine. They said, we can't control this. If you had a tank, we'd fill it for you now, because the next time you come here, it's going to be more, much more. Yeah.
Yeah. So
let's, there's so much more I could ask you about India, but I have to jump to Iran. How is it that the Iranians were able to destroy the port, which houses the Fifth Fleet, the vaunted U.S. Fifth Fleet of the United States Navy? And how significant is it that they don't have a port to go back to?
Yeah. Well, let's put it into context. Back in 1987, Iran mined the Persian Gulf, and I forget what the precipitating incident was, but they were trying to stop the flow of oil out. And so the Fifth Fleet had a Navy SEAL squadron that went and set up. It was called the Hercules barge. It was a floating barge off the coast of Bahrain, and it was an operations base where they were countering the ships. They were boarding the ships, stopping them from mining the entire waterway. And they were successful, and I know about that because the guy who was the commander of it was a dear friend of mine. If he was out there in that barge would be blown up. So by shutting down the Fifth Fleet headquarters and attacking I'm not sure the exact extent of the damage done to the port itself, but it appears significant, and the U.S. troops can't stay there because the risk of getting killed is too high, and that's what makes this so different from what happened last June. The 12-day war, as we call it, because back then all of the U.S. radars that have now been destroyed were up and operating. So Israel was getting fair warning of inbound. The ballistic missiles are coming, and Iran did not dare attack. It wasn't looking to engage the United States then. It thought, they could still deal with the United States. And in fact, at the end of that 12-day period, there was a behind-the-scenes deal cut between the Trump administration and Iran to bring it into the fighting. That's not the case now. Iran, it realizes it's at war with the United States. It realizes it's been betrayed twice. It has trusted the United States twice that, oh yeah, we're sincere about negotiations. Come on in, and then bam, sucker punch them. So being sucker punched, and they're now intent on inflicting as much damage as they can on the United States, and it is significant. There are at least 5 of these major radar systems that cost between $500 million apiece and $1 billion apiece. And they not only were there to detect early launches of missiles out of Iran, but it also, those radars had a reach that it was being used against Russia in Ukraine in order in terms of collecting intelligence. So they're now driving the United States out militarily, and then on top of it, they are punishing the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Gulf Arabs, for their perfidy in cooperating with the United States to allow the U.S. to attack Iran.
How serious is the depletion of U.S. and Israeli interceptor defensive missiles?
Well, it's not. It's really not that important for this reason. They weren't that effective to start with. Okay. I mean, it's not like, oh, we shot down 90%. No, you didn't. Stop saying that. And they're saying, oh yeah, look how well our air defense works. Well, I watched the video of a slow flying drone crash into one of the $1 billion radar systems. So yeah, but it's true. They've spent all this money, as I reported last week, since the PAC-3. It's the missile that's used in the Patriot. The most up-to-date one was began production in 2015. The United States, at the end of December of 2025, had produced a grand total of 4,620. And so when you realize that you're going to fire 2 PAC-3 missiles at any incoming target, it's a system that's really largely irrelevant in the modern world when you consider the fact that already Iran has probably fired over 1,000 missiles. So if the PAC-3s were used against all those 1,000 missiles, that's 2,000 PAC-3s. That's 50% of the total that's been produced since 2015. Same with THAADs, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Missile. We produce 79 of those a year, 80, 12 million, 13 million apiece. Now, the military industrial complex, the Raytheons, the Lockheed Martins, hey, they're laughing all the way to the bank. They don't get paid according to, is it effective? Now, I would love to say, hey, we're going to cut this deal with you. You're going to produce this missile, and you'll get paid if it's effective in bringing the threat down. If not, you don't get paid.
When the Washington Post reported, this is about a week before the war started, that General Kane told President Trump that his war is not winnable, and Trump erupted and put out one of his truth socials saying, this is not true, this is not true, don't believe the Washington Post. Do you think the Washington Post was accurate? Do you think the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was privately being intellectually honest with the president and somehow it leaked?
No, it's not just being intellectually honest, it's covering his ass. So 41 years ago, I just entered the career trainee program, and like our second day at CIA, they brought out the secrets. And so they brought out we're now going to show you some top secret information. And it was about the Pershing II missile. Back then, we still hadn't signed the Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile Treaty, and U.S. was sending intermediate missiles into Europe to counter the Russians. I was reading all this is top secret. We got to protect it. Next day, all the information we were reading that was top secret was on the front page of the Washington Post, because there was some once you got policy differences within the intel community, or between the intel community and the policy community, the executive, information gets leaked. So when I saw that from Kane, Kane didn't do it, but it looks like one of the other members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was basically fired after this leak came out, had gone and told the Washington Post about it, because they're letting them know that we tried to tell Trump that we've given him the facts and he's not listening, which is this is a classic example of how a narcissist who's not very smart works. You can get frustrated by thinking you're going to present a logical argument, you're going to show the facts, you're going to reason with them, and they're going to say, "Oh, now I understand." No. Because this is their egos all wrapped up in this. Trump's already got himself convinced that he knows what's right. He's going to do it regardless of what these people say. So that was an early move by Kaine. He's not refusing to obey orders, but he did get the word out through multiple sources that Trump had been warned, don't do this. And now when we saw the next shoe to drop was the information released about the National Intelligence Council estimate. Now the NIC it falls, it's not under CIA, it falls under Tulsi Gabbard. And the National Intelligence Council you have national intelligence officers, one for Latin America, one for Europe, one for Africa, one for Russia, one for China. You bring senior people, mostly CIA, but you also get folks from the DIA and from the Bureau of Intelligence and Research at State. And their job, they bring their expertise for that particular area. And then when you get questions like this, hey, what are the chances that we're going to achieve regime change in Iran? And so they provided it. One analyst was selected to be the principal drafter, I'm sure, and then the NIC reviews it. They issue it as a NIC project, National Intelligence Council. And this is their way of saying, hey, we told you so. We're not going to get blamed for this.
Right.
Now, we've got clear examples over the last year of Trump's punishing intelligence analysts for telling him the truth. Last June 25th, after Trump supposedly obliterated Iran's nuclear program, which we now see was a complete lie, the Defense Intelligence Agency was putting out it looks like they may have actually taken the material from the areas that we've attacked prior to the attack. DIA came in for some real heavy pressure from the White House, and I think the head of DIA was removed. And then 3 months before that, in March, there was a presidential daily brief that was presented to Trump, and the CIA was saying, "Oh yes, the Russians are going to make concessions. Yeah, they've laid out that they wouldn't give up any of this territory, but they're not. They don't mean it." And two analysts at the Bureau of Intelligence and Research wrote what's called a dissent. So, when I used to do this, you'd write your piece and you'd have to get approval. We called it getting clearance from the analysts at State, the analysts at the Defense Intelligence Agency, the analysts at the NSA, if I used any of their material in my analysis. So in this case, the State Department people were saying, no, we disagree. So if you can't reach an agreement, then they get to write a dissent saying, no, there's another way to look at this, Mr. President, an alternative. The reports were Trump became enraged that they would dare to not follow this party line, and apparently they were punished. I don't know the exact nature of the punishment, but the point is, Trump has created a toxic environment within the intelligence community that anybody who dares to speak up and tell the truth that doesn't jive with the narrative and storyline that Trump is telling, they get punished.
Wow. Well, this is going to inure to his detriment, but I wonder who could have told Trump this. Cut number 10, Chris.
Mr. President, did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, and based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an
Because
idea?
they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
This is really insane, isn't it?
Well, you got the picture of the missile. You can, there's a video showing the missile hitting, and you still stop the frame. It's a Tomahawk. Israel's not shooting Tomahawks. We are. So we did that. We murdered 175 students, little girls, 6 to 12, and their teachers. In fact, there was apparently a mother who was there at the school, had her three-month-old baby. That 3-month-old baby died too.
Thank you, Larry. This is such sad and miserable stuff. What will it take for the Americans to understand their quick war is not going to be a quick victory?
When we're paying, if you're paying $3 for a gallon of gas this week, when you're paying $10 a gallon, then you might start understanding. That's where we're headed. This is not some minor disruption to the global economy. This is a catastrophic cataclysm that is taking place. But you've got all these enablers of Donald Trump trying to cover it up, trying to pretend nothing to see here. Move along.
Wow. Thank you, Larry. All the best, my friend. We'll look forward to seeing you at the end of the week.
It's a strategic defeat. I mean, it's an embarrassing strategic defeat. We have not achieved our stated objective of regime change, nor will we achieve that stated objective. If anything, we've made the regime even more resilient. The president clearly hasn't picked up on that. His comments about wanting to assassinate the new supreme leader only reflect the stupidity and arrogance and hubris of this man. But the Islamic Republic is about a constitutional republic. Means they have systems in place. They have checks and balances, resilience, and killing one person doesn't solve anything. And because we can't change this regime, we've lost the war. This war was about regime change, and now we're going to lose everything. The bottom line is the Iranians have not run out of missiles. They're getting ready to move to the next phase of operations pre-planned on their part. Pete Hegseth, the horrific Secretary of War who brought this war to the American people and to this president, has changed his war plan at least 5 times in the last 10 days. It's going to change again. This is a strategic defeat. We've failed our strategic partners in the Gulf Arab states. We failed our strategic partner, Israel. We can't guarantee success. We can't protect them from a defeat, and we've exposed our own weaknesses. Do you think China is really losing any sleep now over American missile defense systems? Do you think Russia's worried about the Golden Dome? This is an embarrassment. But perhaps the most humiliating aspect of this is the fact that the American people haven't woken up to the fact that we have now entered the same pages of history with some of the worst regimes in history. We are a war criminal state. We have carried out an illegal war of aggression. We have carried out perfidy. We have assassinated leaders, and we have murdered school children. And this was all based upon the horrific advice provided to this president by Pete Hegseth, a man who removed the rules that prevented America from slipping down the path of unconstrained war crimes and created a situation where we slaughtered 170 school children because we forgot that there's this thing called the law of war.
Here's what President Trump, if you haven't seen this yet, it's going to blow your mind. Here's what President Trump said about the slaughter of those 170 little girls. Chris, cut number 10.
Mr. President, Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175
No, in my
people?
opinion, and based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an
Because
idea
they're
of
very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
If you take the video and slow it down, you'll see it's a tomahawk. How could it possibly have been done by Iran? Who could have given him that information? On what could he have based it?
Well, first of all, he knows. First of all, the tomahawk that you see is the second strike, the double tap. This came after 4 tomahawks struck this facility, and this is what the American people. It's a larger facility. We hit 4 targets there. The initial strike, 2 warehouses in the left hand, or I don't know the orientation, but if you look at a photograph, the left-hand side, two warehouses that were empty because there's no smoke, no secondary explosions. We struck a main hospital building. I'll get to that in a second. Smoke came out of that, so the targeteers assumed that we had achieved the desired effects there. And then we struck another facility about the same size as the warehouses in the upper right-hand corner. This happened to be the school, the secondary school for girls aged 6 to 12. We struck that facility, but there was a 5th cruise missile. These are Tomahawk Block 4s. The 5th cruise missile was the contingency cruise missile. This is the one that circled over the site, sending imagery back to the destroyer that launched these cruise missiles, so that people could evaluate whether or not the desired effects had been achieved, and if not, to restrike. They made a decision that the 2 warehouses were sufficiently struck because you had holes in the roof, no secondary, empty facilities. The hospital, which they didn't believe was a hospital, but it was a hospital, had been struck, smoke coming out, meaning you achieved the results. This is a warhead that has dual capability. It penetrates and then blows up inside. So if you got a hole in the roof and you got smoke coming out, it means that you achieve significant damage inside. Then you have the 3rd facility that had been struck, partial collapse, but here they saw people running around. Here they saw people moving in, assembling, people coming in off the streets. And a decision was made that this must be a very important site, so they sent the cruise missile in to strike it. But not just it didn't just hit with the dual phase warhead. The Block 4 has the capacity to take unexpended fuel and use it as a fuel air explosive to create a thermobaric effect. And so this missile went in to the building, didn't just explode conventionally, but went in with a thermobaric effect, a deliberate choice made by the targeteers. Now, what had happened, though, is that first missile that hit the school. And the majority of the students survived. There were some that were killed in the initial strike, but the teachers took the survivors and moved them into the prayer hall, which was a part of the facility that remained intact. They called up the parents, most of whom lived locally, and the parents began to arrive to pick up their children. Majority were concentrated in this prayer hall when the decision was made to restrike. This cruise missile came down, penetrated, blew up, and then the thermobaric explosion hit. Listen to how the parents described the condition of their children's bodies. Burned to a crisp. There was nothing left. This was a deliberate action by American planners. We know how many cruise missiles were struck. Each cruise missile had a target put into it. We know that there was a restrike. We know this without any doubt. The President of the United States is either a liar or has been told bad information, and Hegseth knows the truth. Pete Hegseth is a war criminal. This war cannot end with Hegseth still in charge. He must be removed from power and preferably arrested. And let me tell you why. See, the United States, even though we're not a signatory to the additional protocol of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, the additional protocols 1977, we adopted them as part of our manual for the law of war, the law of war manual, Department of Defense, and it requires us to use discretion when striking. We have to determine that there is no civilian target. This is a requirement under the rule of law. I've done targeting in combat. I can tell you we do this. We don't allow artificial intelligence to pick these targets, assign grids to them, and just strike them out on a whim. But that's what we did because we eliminated the requirement to adhere to the law of war. Pete Hegseth did this. In 2023, Joe Biden's Department of Defense put forward a directive called the Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Directive. This required the Department of Defense at every level to have a team who looked over every target to determine whether or not this target was a military target or civilian target. We knew that this facility in 2016 cut off that site. We knew in 2016 that that became a elementary school. We knew this because it was public information, but artificial intelligence doesn't pick up on that. Artificial intelligence was simply told within this compound to find buildings of a sufficient size that could be used to hide cruise missiles or drones or anything like that. So we're doing a preemptive strike to carry out, to take out facilities believed to be capable of. So we hit 2 empty warehouses, we hit a hospital, and we hit a school. Welcome to the targeting. This would have not happened had Pete Hegseth not canceled this directive. Had this directive been in place, we would have a team of targeteers, specially trained, to go through the intelligence and ensure that we don't strike anything that remotely resembles a civilian target. And this was a known knowable. We had the information that it was a school. It's just that artificial intelligence bypassed that. But we took out the human element, we struck it, we murdered these kids. Pete Hegseth murdered these kids. Pete Hegseth is a war criminal. This war cannot end with Pete Hegseth still in charge. He must be removed and held accountable. If this president wants, he can blame it all on Pete. Said he was lied to by Pete, whatever, but somebody's head has to roll. We murdered 170 children. It wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate act of war carried out by the United States in violation of our own laws, in violation of international law.
Why did Hegseth permit this to happen?
Because he wants to be lethal. Pete Hegseth is the idiot who lectured 800 generals and admirals last October in Quantico about the need to forego wokeism, to forego the rules. We cannot be constrained by these rules of engagement. We have to be lethal. We have to kill, kill, kill. That's what this testosterone-infused madman wanted. So he got rid of the rules so that we could go out there and kill, kill, kill. Well, we did. We murdered 170 plus school children. There has to be a price paid by this. The United States cannot be allowed to perpetrate this crime and walk away free.
The whole war, in my view, and I think you agree, is a war crime because it's a war of aggression. This is the war crime that is the progenitor of all other war crimes. Yep. This is what leads to what Hegseth did. This is what leads to the killing of civilians. This is what leads to torture. I'm sort of paraphrasing Justice Jackson's closing argument in the Nuremberg trial. There's no question but that these are war crimes. Donald Trump, under this analysis, is a war criminal as well because there's no lawful or moral basis for the war. According to the Iranian foreign minister, and this was yesterday, Scott, the U.S. has for the second time asked for a ceasefire. And we know they asked not even late last week, the middle of last week, they asked the Italian foreign ministry to ask. The Italians came back with, as you characterized, the two responses, no and hell no. I don't know who they asked this time, but let me play for you what the foreign minister, whom you and I have met, said. Chris, cut number 13.
Obviously, this time is different from the previous time. Last time we accepted the ceasefire, but this time is quite different, and the reason is obvious. Last time they attacked us, they made aggression against us, they killed our people, they destroyed our places, and then asked for a ceasefire. And we accepted out of good faith because we were only exercising the act of self-defense. And when the aggression was stopped, we stopped too. But it didn't bring about peace. And now this year they again started to attack us. And again they have they are killing our people. They are killing girl students, they are attacking hospitals, freshwater desalinations, refineries, everywhere. People have been killed, places have been destroyed, and now they want to ask for a ceasefire again. Well, this doesn't work like this. So there should be a permanent end of the war. And unless we get to that, I think we need to, continue fighting for the sake of our people and our security.
Now they want to ask for a ceasefire again. Why would Trump's people indirectly have sought 2 ceasefires in these 10 days?
Because we lost the war, and they know it. This war can't be won. They sought the ceasefire early on to prevent what's happening now, which is a global energy security crisis and the destabilization of the global economy because of high energy prices. Now that this happened, they need to reverse this. They need to end this. So they're asking for a ceasefire. The Iranians are 100% correct because a ceasefire today simply resets the map. Iran has suffered so much, sacrificed so much to achieve the position they're at today, where they have strategic superiority over both the United States and Israel in this conflict. Israel is defenseless. Iran's getting ready to turn up the heat. The Gulf Arab states are defenseless. In the United States, there's nothing the United States can do to stop Iran. And what could happen next is if we continue to strike, for instance, if Israel continues to strike strategic energy-related targets inside Iran, Iran will destroy the totality of the energy production capacity of the Middle East. And that's game, set, match. It can't be replaced. The people that will win in the long run will be Russia, which is sitting in the catbird seat right now. China, because China will have a strategic relationship with Russia, and Russia will provide them with the energy. India is going to be a disastrous loser, You only have to look at the lines of Indians trying to fill up their canisters with gas. India picked the wrong side. They chose Israel over Iran, a fellow BRICS member. So India is going to pay a horrible price. Europe is going to collapse. And the United States is going to suffer the consequences as well, because even though we're energy independent in theory, we're not. The oil market is part of a global market. The petrodollar is part of a global market. We can't isolate ourselves from the world. We are linked to the world. So when prices spike globally, they spike at home, unless the president can do something to offset it. But in order to do that, you need a strategic petroleum reserve that's been fully stocked. Ours hasn't, because the president hasn't done his job. So you're going to see increasing moves by the president to bring an end to this conflict. He may try to declare victory down the road. What he's going to try to do, if I'm a guessing man, is he's going to try and kill the new supreme leader. And once he murders that supreme leader, he will declare victory and walk away, not understanding that the Iranians will never let him walk away.
Does the Fifth Fleet have a port in Bahrain to which to return?
No, they don't have anything we don't have anything. I mean, we have bases where we could theoretically put troops in. We might have some barracks that are intact, but the functionality of these bases is no longer relevant. Al Udeid can no longer be seen as a hub of American air power in the region, because it will be forever vulnerable to an Iranian attack. The Iranians will not allow the accumulation of American air power in any of these facilities. So Al Udeid is permanently vacated. It's lost its radars, it's lost its communications, and the United States will not be allowed to return. The same thing holds true for all the other bases in the region. And this is what Donald Trump will have to accept. If he wants a ceasefire, if he wants an end to this conflict, he has to permanently remove American power from the region, and he has to lift economic sanctions. Iran won't allow the opening of the Strait of Hormuz unless the United States lifts sanctions against Iran. There may be some negotiating room for Iran's nuclear program. I hope there is, because otherwise we could be seeing a dangerous move towards Iran trying to acquire a nuclear weapons capability in the face of, threats from Israel and the United States. We do need to negotiate into this war, but Iran is not going to be the one making concessions. They didn't start this war. The United States and Israel started this war, and it's going to be up to the United States and Israel to pay a price. I mean, Israel, I believe, if Iran is going to put its nuclear program on the table, it has earned the right to demand that Israel puts its nuclear program on the table as well. And Israel may not be in a position to oppose this, because Israel's about to be turned upside down. Iran has changed its targeting parameters now that they have eliminated Israel's ability to defend itself, and Israel has no ability to defend itself. That was proven last night when Iran struck the home of Benjamin Netanyahu, home of Ben Gvir, and struck other critical facilities, including the power station that brings power to Tel Aviv, which was taken offline. Iran sent a signal last night that it can hit Israel anywhere it wants to, and there's nothing Israel can do. Now Iran's about to escalate by saying all missiles that hit Israel in the future are heavy missiles only, with a minimum 1-ton warhead. Tel Aviv is about to be turned upside down. Now, if Israel wants to prevent this from happening, then Israel has to agree to conflict resolution terms that ensure that Israel never again threatens Iran. And one of the ways that that can be done is get rid of their nuclear program.
Is Iran in danger of the Israelis detonating nuclear weapons over Tehran?
I don't think Israel will detonate a weapon over Tehran. That would be a precipitous move that would guarantee the physical destruction of Israel from a number of fronts. Israel may choose to do a nuclear demonstration in the deserts of Iran and say the next one that goes off will be over Tehran or something of that nature if Iran doesn't agree to bring this war to an end. But Iran reminded Witkoff and Kushner, the terrible duo, that they have 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hexafluoride. They also have the ability to enrich that. They have probably up to 4 or 5, 164 centrifuge cascades sequestered around the country. If they've broken up the 450 kilograms into several chunks, 60-kilogram chunks, that can be enriched in different locations. Iran will build a nuclear bomb. We don't know what's happened now. The one thing that stopped Iran from building a nuclear bomb was Ali Khamenei and his fatwa. We murdered him. Now he's been replaced by his son, who's more conservative and has now to deal with the consequences of his father being murdered, his daughter being murdered, his wife being murdered, his family being murdered. And you think he's going to sit there and say, hey, let's make peace. No. He may continue the legacy of his father by prohibiting the manufacture of a nuclear weapon, but he is under a tremendous amount of pressure to make sure that Iran retains the ability to counter any Israeli nuclear or American nuclear threat. Iran will be able to produce nuclear weapons that are deliverable within a week and a half of the decision being made. So if Israel uses a nuclear weapon against Iran, it's a guarantee that Iran will strike Israel with 3 to 5 nuclear weapons. That'll be the physical destruction of Israel, and it will never recover from that. Israel will be wiped off the face of the earth. Iran may suffer huge consequences as a result, but Israel needs to understand that the day of Israeli dominance, unquestioned Israeli dominance, is over. Iran's ballistic missile program, as you heard, remember what the Iranian president said? He said, we believe our ballistic missile program provides sufficient deterrence. We don't need a nuclear weapon.
Right.
Well, that's been proven to be the case.
Have the United States and Israel run out of interceptor/defensive missiles, or are they running dangerously low?
We're running out of PAC-3s, which are the more capable of the Patriot missiles. In fact, as last night, I believe all they fired was PAC-2s, which was why they didn't hit anything, because we don't have anything left. There may be a small stockpile of PAC-3s. We might be able to do some short-term reinforcement of PAC-3s, but we're out of them. And THAAD, we just don't have any radars left. I mean, we might be tapping into the Turkish radar and outside of Diyarbakir, which is a NATO radar, to guide THAADs. But all of the THAAD radars in the Middle East and Jordan, maybe even in Israel, have been struck by the Iranians, which basically makes the THAAD an ineffective weapon system. Our ships off the shore of Israel have, SM-3, SM-3 Block 2s, and SM-6. These are different interceptor missiles with different capabilities. But it's a finite stockpile. When they run out, and they've already blown through them, there's nothing to replace them. So Israel is, in effect, naked. They have no defense. That was proven last night. The Iranians can strike anywhere, anytime they want to, and now they're getting ready to ratchet it up. The next strikes you see will probably be with 1 to 2 ton warheads, and this is a game changer. These are going to be warheads that will take down the skyline of Tel Aviv. We're literally going to look at Tel Aviv be reduced to Gaza-like rubble if Israel wants to continue this war.
There's no indication in the West of the severity of the damage that the Iranians have caused in Israel. From your mouth is the first time I heard that Netanyahu's house was hit, Ben-Gvir's house was hit, and the Israeli electric grid was hit. I gather the Israelis are imposing censorship so that the world doesn't know how naked they are.
Yes, that's 100% true statement. But they can't. They're not allowing the visual thing, but you have, we have video of Israel being struck and the lights going out in Tel Aviv. We have numerous people who post on from Tel Aviv saying we don't have any electricity. The Israelis have acknowledged that Netanyahu's brother was killed in the strike against Netanyahu's house, and there's videotape of Netanyahu's residence on fire. And Ben Gvir has been severely injured. People believe he might be dead or he might not survive this. Israel has tried to cover this up by saying he was in a car accident, but his house is on fire. So, this isn't speculation. This is known fact. And the Israelis, you can't cover it up. I mean, it's a small place. When the prime minister's home gets hit, is on fire, that ends up on the internet, and it has. It ended up on the evening news in Tel Aviv, and it ended up on the internet here.
How does all this look from Moscow?
Again, as you know, the Russians want stability. The Russians don't thrive in instability. I've heard from ambassador after ambassador after ambassador that Russia wants more than anything is predictability. That the only way you can make a viable foreign policy is to have predictability, to be able to say.
I'm seeing right now that Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, Ido, he's no longer with us, y'all. I know that's real sad, but reports are saying that Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, Ido Netanyahu, has lost his life. He's got caught up in something that they couldn't finish.
Hey, this is what the future looks like. This is how we plan accordingly. That doesn't mean that you get what you want. To know that you're not going to get what you want allows you to prepare for that. This situation right now, Vladimir Putin has come out and issued a statement that basically said we're in a unique situation right now that we need to take full advantage of, meaning it's time now for the Russian oil companies to demonstrate to the world that they are the epitome of stability, that they're not like all these other oil companies out there that can be blocked and sanctioned and not sanctioned, but blocked and interfered with, that Russia is the one stable source of energy in the world. And they will be able to make this point. So the day of sanctioning Lukoil and Rosneft is over. The world just simply isn't going to buy into that nonsense because Lukoil and Rosneft provide energy. He's also told the energy companies to take advantage of this, make as much money as you can right now and pay off your damn debts, balance your budgets and get back to normal here. And the same thing will hold true for Russia's economy. The idea that, Russia is going to be able to generate a lot of money. They'll be able to balance their budget, which they're having trouble doing. But this is short term. Long term, Russia needs stability. Russia's long-term interest with Iran isn't to have short-term price hikes that give Russia, an economic windfall, but to create the stability for long-term, economic stability through the north-south economic corridor linking St. Petersburg with Chabahar and Bandar Abbas. This is what the Russians want. The Russians want China to have the new Silk Road connectivity from Western China to Tehran by a rail. This is what Russia's looking for. Russia's looking for Iran to be a member of the Eurasian Economic Union. They're looking for long-term stability, investment opportunities.
And how is this being viewed from Beijing?
Remember, the Russians are the one to set the standard here. How do they end the war with Ukraine? They want an end, but only if you address the root causes of the conflict. Russia will not allow conflict termination that only allows Ukraine and NATO to reset and do this again in 5 years. Russia is not pursuing conflict termination right now with Iran, Israel, to reset and do this again in 5 years. This war ends when this war ends, which means the United States will have to leave the Middle East, and Israel will have to stop its greater Israeli ambitions and perhaps give up its nuclear weapons program.
And how does Beijing view this?
The same way. I mean, the Chinese right now, first of all, the Chinese have been dealt a very big gift because they're, when you talk about a potential conflict with Taiwan's just got to be, pooping a brick right now, excuse my language, but, United States, here, take the Patriot 3. You're safe. Here's a THAAD. And the Taiwanese are going, nope, we're not safe. We don't want to do this because we're looking at missile expenditure rates, and we couldn't do we'll shoot all our missiles in one day if the Chinese come after us. And the Chinese are going, wow, maybe we calculated correct. We just fire a huge salvo of missiles at Taiwan. They run out of interceptors, and then we pick them apart. We win this war overnight, and there's not a damn thing the United States can do. So China's been handed a big gift right now. The National Security Strategy of the United States, published last November, talked about it was a precondition of our approach to China to have conventional military overmatch, meaning that we went in there and we flex our muscle, and the Chinese go, "Oh, we don't want to have anything to do with you." That's over. The Chinese are going, "Dude, go to the gym." Hey, Pete, 315, nice. Our dude lists 550, so you're done. This is a big gift to the Chinese. I think what you'll see in April when Xi Jinping meets with Donald Trump, if that meeting still goes through, is the Chinese will seek to insert themselves as a broker. They will confront Donald Trump with the reality of what he's done and the consequences of what he's done, and they will offer him an off-ramp. But Trump is going to have to agree to certain things, such as the lifting of sanctions against Iran and pressure on Israel to stop behaving in a manner incompatible with peace and security, to include Israel may have to put its nuclear program on the table. Now, Iran will put its nuclear program on the table as well. The Chinese will, broker this. But I think China's role right now is to position itself to be the person that brings peace to the Middle East. They did it once before. They brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, and I believe China can do it again. They are the big dog when it comes to the economy, and they have skin in this game. The Chinese economy is dependent upon continued flow of energy out of the Middle East, so they want to bring it into this conflict as well.
Scott Ritter, thank you very much. What a brilliant and gifted analysis of all of this. How I wish those characters that
if you turn on Fox News or any of the other neocon run mainstream media, you'll see the usual cavalcade of voices who led us into the war in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years war, giving views on one-sided views of what actually is happening in the war in Iran right now. For instance, here's warmonger Condoleezza Rice explaining that Iran started this war 47 years ago, and we're just simply finishing it.
Well, the most important thing, Brett, and thank you for having me, but the most important thing is to recognize that Iran has been at war with us for at least 47 years, all the way from 1979. People may forget. They took our embassy hostage 444 days. They were responsible for the killings of 300 plus Marines in Lebanon in the early 1980s. If you ask people about Iraq, what was the source of many of our casualties in Iraq, you'll get estimates as high as 75 or 80% of them were due to Iranian-made roadside bombs. And so they've been at war for us a long time.
You need tons of experience to go viral, right? Want to go viral like your favorite creator? I found a trick to go viral on...
So she goes on to say that anyone who questions it is ahistorical, meaning she knows history and you don't. You're ahistorical. She is an a-hole. But okay, anyway, meanwhile, the Pentagon is telling us they are raining hell down on Iran right now. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that says bombers have taken control over the skies of Iran.
Flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it.
Meanwhile, much talk now about boots on the ground in Iran. And will there be U.S. forces by the end of December 31st? Polymarket, which seems to get a lot of stuff correct this morning. This is Polymarket. U.S. forces entering Iran by December 31st, a 65% chance of U.S. forces on boots on the ground. Meanwhile, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says he is waiting for a U.S. ground invasion. The Iranians are prepared, and watches this NBC News anchor is like, wait a minute, did you just say what I think you said?
Boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are.
So there's a lot of propaganda happening in real time right now. We want to bring in Colonel Douglas Macgregor, who's just written a great new piece on his Substack about how this thing possibly ends. Colonel, great to see you. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, thanks very much. Good to see you.
So when you look at, well, first of all, this idea of boots on the ground, we keep hearing this over the past 48 hours, and members of Congress are saying, we're not ruling it out. We can't have regime change with just air power alone. What do you think the likelihood is that we're going to see U.S. boots on the ground?
Zero.
Zero.
I mean, you might see some special operations troops mill around the neighborhood. That's eminently possible. Although I think we're a little concerned about getting them out once we put them in. But no, I just don't see any evidence for it. You've got an army that's simply too small. It's a fraction of what it was formerly in the 1990s. The Marines, again, they don't have enough men to make a dent. You would probably need somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 500,000 troops. And remember that a lot of those are going to have to be part of the sustainment, the support. Then even more important, we're not really organized or trained to deal with the threat, because the threat we'd face would be very similar to what the Russians have faced and ultimately mastered in Ukraine. We're not accustomed to dealing with thousands of drones or unmanned aerial vehicles of all different types and sizes converging to attack us. And we've never had to deal with these precision-guided ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. So now I think it's almost zero. Imagine you're trying to bring in ground troops and someone finds out, the Iranians will find out through satellite-based intelligence and their various operatives and their supporters in Moscow and Beijing that we're going to try and concentrate forces somewhere. It doesn't matter where you put them. Say they're going to try and come in through Haifa, although that port's in bad shape now. And then you've got to move them through Israel, across Syria to get into northern Iran. Or you're going to try and penetrate the Straits of Hormuz and land at Bandar Abbas. I mean, it's all ridiculous nonsense. The missiles alone would destroy you, along with all of the unmanned systems. So I can't imagine that happening.
I'm seeing reports out of Israel that Israel wants boots on the ground, but they can't get any generals to lead it because their assessment probably matches yours, that it's a suicide mission. Can you respond to what we've been through collectively over the last week, from this is a short military operation to 4 to 5 days to 2 to 3 weeks, then it was 4 to 5 weeks. Now we're here in September. That doesn't bode very well for a successful mission that we thought would take a weekend. And now that's 7 months. So what do you make of this moving target and what it says about the status of the war that we can't see because of propaganda filters?
Well, I'm seeing some real indicators of success for us. So much success that President Trump is summoning the aerospace industry heads to meet with him in the White House, presumably to tell them our missiles and munitions have done a great job, right?
Right. High five. We're done.
Yeah.
You guys have done such an amazing job. No, not that we've spent over, $1 trillion and we're out of Tomahawk missiles and we don't have Patriot systems. Like, that's really what that meeting's about, right?
Well, I would think so, about a number of things, but it's not an indicator of imminent success or that we're on the threshold of victory. This other business, the Israelis just announced the mobilization of 100,000 reservists. I'm hearing that a lot of those reservists are not going to show up. and they've got to man the force that they're trying to ship into Lebanon, where they're meeting again resistance despite enormous bombing. I just don't see the evidence for success. And moreover, now I'm hearing from people who are saying, oh, you don't understand, Doug. The Iranians are running out of ballistic missiles. They're running out of cruise missiles. Why? Why do you say that? Well, they haven't fired as many over the last 2 days as they did at the beginning. I said, well, obviously, they have to have targets. What have they got left to shoot at? They've already destroyed all of our bases. They've done enormous damage to the infrastructure, command and control, radars, Patriot batteries, THAAD batteries, you name it. Oh, no, you don't understand. They're running out. As soon as somebody tells me the enemy's running out and that's the reason, I tend to remember Ukraine. Oh, the Russians are running out of ammunition. They're running out of missiles. Oh, the Russians are losing. The Iranians are winning. I don't believe anything, frankly. I want to look at a different indicator. And the indicator right now, it comes in the form of insurance premiums for shipping. They have risen by 640%. Just think about that. We don't have to shut down the Straits of Hormuz right now. In other words, it doesn't have to be blocked if you're an Iranian. All you have to do is make sure that the risk that insurers have to take is too high. And that's what's happened. We have 3,200 ships sitting to go in and out of the Straits of Hormuz. Now, if you're a Russian-flagged or Chinese-flagged tanker, you're allowed to leave. You're allowed to come in. But if you're anybody else, you're going to be stopped. And right now, nobody wants to insure the ships. So these effects are profound. Higher oil and refined product risk premium, higher freight and war risk insurance, tighter financial conditions. And if ships and premiums stay high, Iran is achieving a strategic effect without having to win tactically. So what do you need to keep this going? More drones? Sure, some more drones, occasional missiles. And who is going to invade you? Oh, I forgot the Kurds, right? Only now we've discovered there is no Kurdish army preparing to invade. We're trying to stand one up, but the Kurds aren't that stupid. They've been down this road before with us, and we betrayed them. So, I just don't know what the outlook is, except to say I agree. This could go on for many, many more weeks.
I love when people would say to you, Colonel, a colonel who led men into battle, for crying out loud, and who has sources, deep sources within the United States military, more than any of us sitting here on this table, or anyone who's like probably watching right now, unless there's some sort of keyboard cowboy that we don't know about. But to say to you that you're wrong about what Iran's missile capacity is. You've been studying this for decades, and their ability to sustain this. You've laid out many, many times on our show. So I guess I'll just ask you straight out. Is there a way that we could actually beat Iran short of a nuclear weapon?
You never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you, not only the door that you enter into the building.
Well, I think the bar is very low for Iran. All Iran has to do to be victorious, if you will, is survive. That's it. That's all they have to do. Continue to lob missiles, continue to launch drones, strike back if we come close to the country in whatever way they can. They've managed to maintain command and control. They've dispersed their forces. Those forces are surviving. They seem to have a very large supply of missiles and drones, contrary to what anybody may think. So all they have to do at this point is survive. Now, what do we have to do to win? That's the real question.
Right.
I mean, you listen to all this bombastic nonsense and hyperbole from the president. We're the greatest. We have the greatest force in the world. Okay, fine. It's the greatest in the world. What are you trying to do? Well, regime change really hasn't worked very well, has it? You managed to kill the supreme leader. That simply galvanizes the population against you and Shiites worldwide against you. So I don't think that's helped very much. They've developed a good succession system. So if anybody is killed or wounded and taken out of action, they have plenty of people to step up and take over. So if we're not going to regime change this forcibly with bombing by trying to bomb everybody out of office, what are we going to do? And I think what we're trying to do is destroy Iran and cause the society to disintegrate. And we're desperate. We're grasping for straws. We're trying to get the Kurds to go in to create havoc. I see evidence that we're milling around and causing trouble in Azerbaijan that may result in a resumption of the war there between Azerbaijan and Armenia. At the same time, the Turks aren't very happy about our aspirations, since the Kurds, of course, want to build a state at their expense and the expense of Iran. And the Turks and the Iranians are already sharing intelligence. So if our goal is to destroy the country, I don't think we're going to achieve that. But if we came even close to it, I think we're going to end up dealing with the Chinese and the Russians.
Yeah.
And that's something I thought we wanted to avoid. But then again, we thought that was the case under Biden. And it turns out that Biden crossed all of his red lines almost immediately, sending everything he said he wouldn't send and risking everything he said he wouldn't risk. Looks like Donald Trump wants to do the same thing.
Right. There is an option for President Trump to save face and say, look, we got the Ayatollah and we got a lot of bad guys. We're pretty happy. We're walking out of here. The problem is that it doesn't seem to be Donald Trump in the driver's seat. It seems to be President or Prime Minister Netanyahu, that it's Israel's will that we are bending towards. So if we walked away now, we probably would be led like a dog right back here until I don't know what. So it has to be disastrous. And yet we can't really get a true picture of what the Americans are being asked to do, even though we're funding it. And I notice, because I follow your X feed closely, it helps me to cut through the bull. But you got a lot of turds now who are pushing back on you. And I didn't see this before, because the pro-war faction, the pro-war bots are out. And I notice you're taking a lot of stuff for telling the truth now. That tells me something, right?
You're over the target, Colonel.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, if you object to waging war with uncertain purpose and unattainable goals, then you're viewed as a traitor. I mean, that's obviously, you don't support what's right and good. But I think Americans are smarter than Washington thinks. And I'll be frank, I don't think this is going to lead anywhere. I don't think President Trump is going to tow the battleship Missouri into the Persian Gulf and then repaint the name on the Missouri to the USS Trump and hold a surrender ceremony there for the Iranians. I don't think that's going to occur. I hope we can get out of this without ending up in a major war with Russia and China, without blowing up the entire region. The entire region is pretty much blown up as it is. But I think what's going to happen is that over the next several weeks, war fatigue is going to set in. I think we will take more casualties than we've taken thus far. And I think President Trump may be in real trouble. He may not finish his term. He may end up no longer being president by the time the war ends, however it ends.
So maybe you can give us just a military assessment beyond what you've already said here. Where do things stand on the Israeli side? Are they, CNN is not allowed to show us, Fox News is not allowed to show us, RT got shut down from showing us what's actually happening inside of Israel, bombing attacks inside of Israel. What do we know about the Iranian capacity at this point? Are they sitting back? As Professor Marandi in Tehran has said this morning, the Iranians are using basically some of their old missiles. They haven't even really used some of their most advanced stuff yet, and they're sort of sitting back. Can you help us understand? And also the American deaths. We've only heard 6 Americans have died. I'm hearing that number is false. Maybe you can tell us about the American killed in action numbers that you're hearing about. Maybe you just can give us a sense of all of these things.
Well, let's start with Israel. I think internally, Israel is suffering from considerable unrest. There are lots of unhappy people in Israel right now. They've been through quite a lot as a result of starting this war in the aftermath of 7 October. They've got armed forces with people that are exhausted, that are tired. At least 1 million Israelis have left the country and gone elsewhere, and I'm sure more would leave if they were able to do so. So I think the future for Israel is ominous. It strikes me that Israel and Iran may well end up in this contest that I would describe as competitive collapse. In other words, which state falls apart first? And if I were betting, I would say Iran will not be the first, that it will be Israel internally. They're already bringing in large numbers of mercenaries to fight, and that's been going on almost from the beginning. Israel has sustained a lot of damage. It's probably going to sustain a lot more before this is over. And I don't know where Mr. Netanyahu is most of the time. Everybody keeps asking that question. He's not exactly very visible these days. So I think Israel is in trouble. Let's put it that way. Now, when we go to the Persian Gulf, we look at the Emirates, we look at Saudi Arabia, but particularly the Emirates. I think we as a nation are finished there because deterrence has failed. What the Iranians have demonstrated pretty conclusively is to fight wars, you don't really need navies and air forces if you're defending your country. With missiles and unmanned systems and ground troops, you can wage war for a very, very long time. We are at the end of a 6,000-mile logistical pipeline. We've got to replenish everything. We don't know how many missiles we've fired. We're not sure about how many enemy missiles we've intercepted. And when you're in that kind of position, when in doubt, you tend to make things up. I think we're making a lot up, saying that we're doing a lot better than we are. But it's impossible to know with any precision. But the point is, you can bomb lots of people in Iran over a long period of time, but you're not going to bring down that nation, and you're not going to bomb its current government out of existence. So when you look at the map, I tend to rely more heavily on Rebar. I find that most of their data is pretty good. And as I look at the charts right now, I'd say the Iranians are continuing to do quite well. And I don't think that we are pounding them into the dust or pulverizing them out of existence. And I think that's one of the reasons that we're going to send more troops and more firepower there. We've got 3 carrier battle groups that we can surge. And over the next 2 weeks, I think they're going to get them ready and bring them over so they can replace the 2 carrier battle groups that are there now. So this is going to go on. And as you pointed out, everybody stopped talking about 48 hours. Remember, we go back to Witkoff, and he said, well, President Trump and I thought they were going to capitulate. I mean, after all, look at all the firepower we amassed. Persia has been with us for 2,700 years. I don't see any evidence that they're about to go away. I think they'll endure. I think ultimately, by enduring, they will win. The question is, what sobers us up? I think it's going to be economics. Remember, Japan depends for 73% of its oil on the Persian Gulf. South Korea depends about 65% of its oil comes out of the Persian Gulf. China, 50%. But the Chinese have substantial strategic reserves, and they have a new pipeline into Siberia. So that no doubt helps a great deal. India's oil, 50% of it comes from the Persian Gulf. And right now, Indian industries, whether it's ceramics or automobile tires or any number of things, anything that contains petroleum, all of your fertilizers contain elements from petroleum. Those businesses are being destroyed in India. And people are beginning to say, no, wait a minute. Did President Trump ever consult with any of the nations with which we are aligned or nations that are ultimately friendly to us before he decided to do this? The answer is no. Did anybody really present him with a systematic analysis of how likely it was that we would be successful striking Iran from the air, or was that simply waved aside based on anecdotal evidence provided by the Israelis that said, oh, this will be over in 2 days or 3 days or 4 days? We don't know the whole story. I mean, the truth will come out. Eventually, we'll find it out. But I think most of our assumptions were false. They were evidence-free, as so much analysis in Washington is. So I think we're in for the long haul. And hopefully we don't have any ships that are damaged or sunk. Hopefully we don't have a carrier that's struck by one of these ballistic missiles. That would be disastrous, because right now all the bases are basically gone in most of the region. They're not usable anymore.
Gosh. I want to ask you just one more question about the idea of escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. No one has taken us up on that offer. President Trump said, hey, we'll be the insurer. The U.S. taxpayer will do that. I mean,
now that insurance rates have skyrocketed, as
right.
you pointed out.
So the government is saying, okay, we'll do it. That puts U.S. taxpayers on the hook. And I assume they would pay for, replacement costs, death tolls. I don't know exactly what that means. You and Colonel Davis both kind of freaked out about that because you're like, you really want to sail near Iran? You really want to do that? And no one has. Why? Who would do that? Who would sail towards a country escorted by the country that's bombing that country? So it doesn't seem like, it just seems like bluster, right? Is that what you think?
Well, I don't know, because I think that President Trump frequently is a victim of what we call ready, shoot, aim.
Oh.
He says things, and then subsequently somebody tells him it's not possible, it won't work, or it's untrue. Then he just sort of waves it off. But this time, I don't think he can wave off some of these remarks. I can't imagine any admiral in the United States Navy urging us or President Trump to send Navy combatants into the Persian Gulf right now. They'd be sitting ducks. That's the easiest thing in the world to hit and sink. So I think the idea is crazy. Note that the carrier battle groups, particularly the USS Abraham Lincoln Group, has moved as far away as they possibly could without completely sacrificing their ability to contribute to the air campaign. Because remember, you've got most of these fighters are about a 300-mile range. That means they've got to fly out 150 miles and back 150 miles. And you're a long way from Iran if you're 400, 500, 600 miles south of the Persian Gulf. That means that you've got a lot of refueling going on. All of these things cost us logistically. So I just don't see it working. I don't see it happening. I think what you'll end up doing maybe is conducting a kind of naval blockade. But that's going to get you into trouble with everybody. Right now, what we see is a pattern of missile volleys and drones based on a specific group of targets that are provided largely as a result of Chinese intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And the satellite-based intelligence is also providing the battle damage assessment. And so this is a very carefully orchestrated campaign on the part of the Iranians. These people are not amateurs. So we on the other hand, seem to be stumbling. It reminds me of Lloyd George, who said it at the beginning of World War I, if the politicians stumbled into the war, the generals have certainly stumbled through it. And I think that's what we did. We stumbled into this behind the Israelis. It hooked us in. And we're trying to make the best of it. I'm sure the generals in the Air Force, the admirals in the Navy are doing everything they can. But this is tough. And in today's attack, the Iranians used one of their Khorramshahr ballistic missiles with submunitions. They've done horrific damage to Ben Gurion Airport, put it out of business. This was because, obviously, the Israelis attacked the airport in Tehran. These people aren't finished. They're a long, long, long way from being finished. I think they're going to be standing when Israel's in ruins. And that's the problem, because when do the Israelis finally step up and say enough is enough? We're going to use a nuclear weapon and put Iran out of business. That's really what I worry most about.
I've been hearing from sources pointing out that there are a number of IDF soldiers who've been overheard discussing this. Use a nuclear weapon. Just use a nuclear weapon. And take out Iran. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. Doug, I'll get you out of here on this, which is this idea. We've been hearing from the Iranian side that they've hit our aircraft carriers. They've hit our aircraft carriers. They've hit some of our Navy ships. Is that propaganda from the Iranian side? What are you hearing from military sources? We can't seem to get any data as to whether or not any of our ships have been hit.
I do have some friends in the Navy. I'm told that at least one of the DDGs was hit, and they did have a fire on board. But the rest of it, no. And, the other thing is nobody wants to confirm success because they're afraid that they're going to tell the Iranians that they've hit the right target. But the truth is that you can't really conceal the effects because they're going to be picked up on satellite intelligence anyway. But historically, just remember, we always slow roll casualties. We slow roll losses, or we simply lie. We lied during the Second World War because the losses were always higher than we expected. During World War I, they were horrific, and people waited months to hear the truth. So I just don't think that much of what we are hearing is truthful from our side. And I don't know that the Iranians are telling us everything either, because if you think you got close to a carrier, maybe you say, well, we got close, so tell them we nicked the carrier or something. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't think we can depend on much integrity in war. What did Napoleon say? The first casualty in war is the truth.
Right.
He was right.
Absolutely.
Colonel Douglas.
Assets. Now another attack against an American asset in Turkey. More talks coming from the Trump administration that they destroyed everything. I mean, Iran, if you listen to Trump, Iran is roasted. That's it. Nothing remained. We destroyed their drones, he said. We destroyed everything on earth. Nothing remains. And by the way, talks in Israel, especially amongst the military establishment, about potentially ending the operation without taking down the regime. Why is that? What happened all of a sudden? Well, can't you handle it anymore? Did the missiles go away? Did you get the uranium? What, did you stop the threat? What did Iran stop supporting the resistance? What happened exactly? We're going to talk all about that. The likelihood, of course, because it's still run by a psychopathic lunatic here. Israel's been waiting for this moment for 47 years, and now they got it. They know they may never get it back again anytime in the future. So are they not going to go all out after there is a complete agreement amongst the Israeli political class to continue, whereas there are some elements now, according to some reports, speaking about potentially stopping before taking down the establishment in Iran? Of course, all of that, the latest attacks that were coming from Iran against the genocide state and the Epstein regime bases, the recent statements from the deputy foreign minister of Iran, the calls that are happening to try and reduce tensions, and the confirmations now that this is indeed, like we spoke a few days back, that this is the biggest ever attack on the American army in the American army's history. Yeah, probably not in the number of casualties yet. Who knows where this would go to? But American assets, America has never been hit so hard by any country. And Iran is the only country that hit the United States so hard with so much damage, with more and more reports coming and confirming all of these things. We're also going to talk about the Turkish attack, the attack that came from Iran inside Turkish territories and assets, the talks there, what's happening, and the recent Chinese and Russian statements about Iran, the protection of Iran and Vladimir Putin's call, reportedly the first leader to call the new supreme leader of Iran. Let's begin with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, what is he saying? Donald Trump is actually saying the war is very complete. Let's hear what they had to say about Trump saying the war is complete.
With President Trump. And regarding the Strait of Hormuz, of course, we've seen oil prices spike today, over $100 a barrel, which will certainly be felt here at home. But when asked about what the U.S. could do in the Strait of Hormuz, the president told Weijia they've shot everything they have to shoot, meaning Iran, and they better not try to do anything cute or it's going to be the end of that country. The president also said if they do anything bad in that strait, it would be the end of Iran, and you'd never hear the name again. Now, the president said that the strait is open right now and ships are going in, but he has thought about, quote, taking it over. And those certainly will have an impact on oil markets because right now, a majority of the world's oil flows through there. And we're seeing the reaction and the economic shock reflected in the high prices today of oil. The president has tried to issue calm on that. On a Truth Social post yesterday, he also wrote, short-term oil prices, which will drop very rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. Only fools would think differently. So the president there trying to say that the reaction should be quick, that oil prices should come down once the U.S. is able to finish this war with Iran, and telling Weijia he is thinking about taking it over in the interim. About the timing of this potential, about this war with Iran, the president also told Weijia he thinks the war is very much complete. He said Iran has no navy, no communications, they've got no air force, their missiles are down to a scatter, their drones are being blown up all over the place. So the president projecting confidence about that when yesterday on 60 Minutes, we heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who told our Major Garrett that they are just beginning this war and there's still a lot more firepower to come. I should note that interview was taped last Friday, but still quite notable that the president is saying that this is near done and the U.S. is far ahead of schedule where they expect it to be at this moment. So quite a newsy interview from our Weijia Jiang speaking to the president earlier this afternoon.
And Olivia, how's the president responding to Iran's new supreme leader?
Well, not well. The president also told Weijia about that. He said that he has criticized that leader, who's the son of former Iranian Ayatollah Khomeini, and president said he has someone else in mind to lead the country. When asked if he's been in touch with that person, the president also told Weijia in an interview, I don't want to say anything, but yeah, I do. As for his plans for the new leader, the president declined to say what his plans would be, but when asked if he had a message for the new leader, the new Ayatollah of Iran, the president said, I have no message for him, none whatsoever. Also, in an interview with Axios, he said, Khamenei's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran, saying that this is unacceptable right now that they have chosen this new leader.
Olivia Rinaldi, live for us outside.
It's unacceptable, as if someone cares in Iran what Donald Trump has to say. But the main things are in this article is the fact that Donald Trump is saying that they are almost over. The war is very complete. We took down the majority of their drones. If you look, they have nothing left. Nothing left in a military sense. We'll see shortly in the videos that Iran published what's left from the military sense, right? 3,000 targets. I have no message for the supreme leader. Says a lot about the supreme leader and who he is and how much he doesn't look at your face. The American side tried to contact the Iranians from the beginning. Ali Larijani wasn't even speaking to them. Guns are the what's talking now, and missiles and drones. That's how Iran is talking to them now. So he's saying all of that, and we're going to get to what Israel said to him. And of course, Iran mentioned a couple of times, the when this end, it's in our hands. But we can start seeing now someone taking a step back because of the level of hammering that's landing on their heads from Iran. And again, the contradiction between the statements of Donald Trump and the defense secretary, or the secretary of war, and the war secretary in the United States, saying that we've just begun, there's much more where this is coming from. What is this exactly? Is this another attempt to be ambiguous from Donald Trump, or is he actually referring to what he actually wants and believes in rather than what is kind of being imposed on him? not to give him any excuses, by the way. His hands are full of blood. He's the decision maker. And what will be the decision that's going to be taken from Israel? This is the interesting part here. In Israel, according to multiple reports recently, an Israeli official is saying that we're considering the possibility of ending the war without toppling the regime in Iran. Washington Post reports on a sharp divergence in Israeli views regarding the war in Iran. What is happening? Are some of the Israelis trying to backtrack now? We're studying the possibility, said the official in Israel, of ending the war without toppling the regime, expressing the security and political establishment's fear of an endless war. The American newspaper revealed in a report a deep divergence of views within Israeli decision-making circles regarding an open attack against Iran. The newspaper reported that a number of senior military officials have begun to express concern about the lack of clear exit strategy, suggesting seeking diplomatic avenues to stop the war before economic and military damage worsens. Are we smelling the same sense that the Zionists had during the 12-day war when they were being hammered by Iran? They continued, the senior Israeli official, according to the report, who is familiar with strategic planning, saying that there was a gap between the security establishment and the political leadership. Listen to this. While Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump insist on reaching a moment of truth and imposing unconditional surrender, well, clearly there's a split there now, especially after targeting the energy infrastructure in Iran. Military targets believe that continuing to fight with the aim of toppling the regime could drag the region into an endless story without guarantees of a stable alternative. In other words, absolute failure. The report highlighted a new political complication represented by the rise of Mr. Mujtaba Khamenei as the new leader of Iran. Washington Post described the new commander as a hardliner and closer to the Revolutionary Guard, making him a party unwilling to sit at the negotiating table or accept negotiated settlements that Trump had previously aspired to. Oh yeah, you can forget about that. You killed his family, you killed his father, you killed his family member, his relatives. You killed them all, and they gave you too many chances, but your treacherous, backstabbing, terrorist behavior against them isn't going to open the door for any more talks between you and them. It's Iran that will be imposing what's going to happen next, not you, nor the child killing the Zionists. Iran is going to be imposing everything. And I will show you exactly how, because they have a new strategy now. And they added that there are, of course, warnings of economic and global repercussions, of course, because everything is increasing. Now, the continuation of the open conflicts put the global economy in severe crisis as a result of the jumps in energy prices, and also plunges the United States into a long-term conflict that lacks a popular support base. The newspaper concluded its report by noting that Israel, despite being a reliable ally, now fears becoming a burden if it drags Washington into an endless war of attrition. The fundamental question facing the Trump administration now is, how will this war end in the absence of a clear plan of what comes next? It's not in your hands, it's outside of your hands. And what that report clearly proves yet again is that not only Trump went to this war without a popular base, he went there without a legal base, he went there without an international legal base, he went there without a mandate, he went there without a solid plan. He went there because he was dragged into it, because he is being blackmailed by the Israeli Prime Minister due to his acts as reported and confirmed in the Epstein files. How are they imagining to do anything with Iran after all that they have done? They have done so much. They've killed so many people. They backstabbed Iran. They closed every possible door for diplomacy. They were the ones who unilaterally went out of a JCPOA that they agreed to have with Iran for several years until Trump unilaterally left this, following again the Israeli aggression, Israeli pressure and aggression. Now, we're going to get to the most recent attacks, the 31st and 32nd waves of attacks coming from Iran against the genocide state and American assets in the region, alongside Hezbollah's attacks against the genocide state and what's happening on that front too. Now, the first thing that happened after the supreme leader came to power was a strike against the occupied territories, central Tel Aviv to be more specific. And this is what we had. There was a complete blackout. They clearly targeted strategic locations that disrupted the electricity inside of Israel, not in an all-out manner, but there were complete neighborhoods inside of the occupied territories, especially in the central part. This is reportedly Tel Aviv, according to a channel coming from Israel that published this video, without any electricity whatsoever. Iran has the capacity to put Israel in a blackout mode completely and shut down everything. But it's gradual. And what they've done now after the Zionist attacks against their energy infrastructure too was a hint coming, but that was the first wave of attacks following the arrival of Mujtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader. That was the first attack, a wave that included heavy missiles and multi-warhead missiles against Israel, and they had a complete blackout. Now, Israel was attacking multiple heavily populated places where people were protesting in support of the new supreme leader. There were multiple protests in Iran to support the new supreme leader, as we can see in one of these videos.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA. I just
So the millions of Iranian people went out in their complete support and solidarity with the son of the martyr, Ali Khamenei, to show solidarity and pledge allegiance to him. The millions are in the streets. The blood of the supreme leader lit up the fire of the Iranian people, who are now completely pledging allegiance to the supreme leader, the new supreme leader of Iran. And what they're trying to do is disrupt. As a matter of fact, they're literally threatening conducting huge massacres to a level where they targeted Isfahan, where so many people were gathering, and in defiance of these attacks, people were still protesting. So the Americans and Israelis are landing bombs next to gatherings of people, the same people who they claim they want to liberate, simply because they're gathering, but not for the reasons that the American and Israeli side want them to gather. They're gathering in support of their country, in support of their independence, and to resist the Epstein regime and Zionist aggression against their people. And look at the complete defiance of the people, strikes literally next to them, complete defiance, chanting and continuing to resist this aggression coming from the United States and Israel. How can you defeat people like that? People like that cannot be defeated. And the sooner the American Israeli sides understand that, the merrier. Now, what's happening with the 31st and 32nd waves? There was a very important report that came from Iran that the IRGC, following the appointment or the election of Mujtaba Khamenei, made a decision. And that decision is you don't launch missiles under 1 ton warheads. With warheads under 1 ton. That's the next equation. So if the Iran was launching missiles that weighed like 500, or the warhead had was TNT, I'm talking about, like, that's a big number. 500 kg warhead, TNT explosives, or 700 kg. The new equation now in Iran is that that's past us now. Any missile that is going to be landing on Israel is going to be at least a 1 ton missile. 1 ton missile, as in the type that creates substantial damage. Let's see what they did in operations or waves 31 and 34 in True Promise 4. The IRGC launched the 31st and 32nd waves of Operation True Promise 4 with typically heavy missiles now, and presented them to the third leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, who was elected by the country's assembly of experts. That's the assembly that elects any new supreme leader. So that's dedicated to the new supreme leader. This is the new minimum that Israel will be seeing. Later, the Public Relations Department of the IRGC announced the implementation of the 32nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 under the blessed slogan, "At your service, Khamenei," targeting sites in the north and center of the occupied territories using the destructive Qadr and Khorram Shahr missiles. You're going to be hearing those names a lot in the next coming days. Unless Israel and the United States unconditionally surrender as in unconditionally declare a ceasefire without achieving any of their objectives and go back to their holes. We'll talk about whether that's possible or not. An asserted statement that the deteriorating situation and the constant shifting from one alarm to another will not be forgotten, and that the heavy fire will continue to rain down on your heads. That's literally what the statement said. The heavy fire will continue to rain down on your heads. They also pointed out that the clash that occurred between the Zionists while they were trying to escape from Ben Gurion Airport reveals the true miserable and tragic conditions in which this helpless entity lives, concluding that the noose will tighten around you moment by moment. The spokesperson of Khatam al-Anbiya as HQ confirmed that the situation in the region, the occupied territories, is moving from one alarm bell to another as a result of the smart Iranian attacks, saying that we are lying in wait for the American military. It's just that the American bases in the region that the occupied territories are witnessing daily hits from Iranian missiles and drones. He added that we will target them whenever we choose, adding that the Iranian armed forces are lying in wait for American soldiers with precision and according to a well-defined plan. Trump is saying we're going to send boots on ground. We are waiting. Abbas Araghchi told him, everyone is waiting in Iran. Welcome, they will tell you. He revealed that the field observations show the occupying entities attempting to create human shields to protect its soldiers by confining the inhabitants of the occupied territories to the northern and central regions. He stated that the calculated pace of the Iranian armed forces attacks is shattering the enemy's false prestige through escalating offensive measures stage by stage, noting that each strike is equivalent to 80 hits at various locations. That's if we were talking about the multi-warhead cluster missiles. The Revolutionary Guard continues to target the heart of the Israeli occupation entity and the American bases in response to the American-Israeli aggression on Iranian territory and the bombing of civilians. The Aerospace Force said that the attack on the enemy will not stop. The commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Aerospace Force Brigadier General Majid Mousavi called for support for the supreme leader so that we may make the enemy regret it and destroy it. A lot of destroy them until Zionism is destroyed, until the liberation. We're hearing more and more of that. Addressing the Iranian people from the heart of the battlefield, Mousavi said, "Thanks to your steadfastness and loyalty to the leadership, the battlefield is advancing resolutely in striking the enemy," emphasizing that the people should be confident that the offensive against the enemy will not stop for a single moment. Earlier today, the Iranian television reported the launch of the 30th, 31st, 32nd waves of the Iranian missiles against Israel. Israeli media reported 2 deaths. They're most likely hiding everything in Israel. And 1 injury in central Israel as a result of the Iranian missiles. But they have no time to run now after Iran destroyed all of the THAAD systems in the region. No early warning. You see, the American bases in the Arab countries were giving Israel early warning for anyone complaining, you know. And now they don't have time to wait 30 seconds and that's it. That's when it rings. When the sirens go on, usually they don't even go on. People just start seeing missiles landing next to them. We're seeing more of that in Israel. People in the streets all of a sudden face a missile. The Iranian news agency Fars, citing informed sources, reported that the attack carried out by the Iranian on Sunday, the Iranian side, was the largest attack against American and Israeli targets since the beginning of the war. Where is the "we eliminated everything" that Donald Trump was speaking about? Trump said that we stopped everything. They have no more drones, no more Navy, no more nothing. Soon he'll tell you there's no more air to breathe, even in Tehran. What we're seeing is complete destruction happening here. And Iran is only escalating further and further with these attacks coming day after day, with the most recent attacks being the most intense attacks against the genocide forces and the Epstein regime forces. These were some of the missiles were launched from Iran during the recent waves, especially the Khorram Shah 4.
يا صاحب العصر الحمد لله رب العالمين يا صاحب الزمان الحمد لله رب العالمين. يا يا صاحب العرش الحمد لله رب العالمين يا صاحب الزمان الحمد لله رب العالمين.
You can even listen to the Iranian missiles. The missiles are angry. It's as if the missiles are their own beast. Mhm. Not a beast, no, their own entity being launched at the American bases over there. And the Zionist entity, of course. These were some of the attacks that were coming from Iran. Of course, the attacks are continuing day after day. But today, one of the most significant attacks against Israel, alongside, of course, the significant attacks that are coming from Iran, was none other than Hezbollah. Hezbollah carried out multiple attacks against Israel. And they actually used a heavy missile that was launched and reached 180 kilometers into the occupied territories. And this was the landing. And I'm going to tell you about what they actually hit. Let's have a look at this video. So the interception didn't work in Israel, didn't work at all. Another video was being published for that same attack. And there was an additional image of this attack, as we can see over here. What was this? What did Hezbollah target? They targeted an area near Beit Shemesh, far into the central, but beyond Tel Aviv, in a missile that reached 180 kilometers. This is one of the longer missiles in relation to Hezbollah, by the way, and that on its own, and the fact that it landed, and the fact that it wasn't intercepted, and the fact that they still have heavy missiles, and the fact that they're launching them conveniently from Lebanon, all of these things tell you the story that you need to know about who's winning here, who's powerful, and who will not be defeated, and who is being humiliated. We can clearly see the whole picture. And what did they attack? Because this wasn't any old missile, by the way, from the Lebanese resistance. It was a precision missile. What does a precision missile mean? A precision missile means that this is a guided missile precisely hitting its target properly. And this was the target that they hit.
פגעו פה איך קוראים לזה? בצלחות. הנה, תראו מה הולך. פגעו פה
Can you see what that is? Have a proper look. And the man is saying, oh, they targeted the dishes. Okay, they were talking about a radar system, one of Israel's most advanced radar systems. Hezbollah knew its location, exactly where it's at. They targeted with a heavy strategic missile, precision missile, and they destroyed the entire thing. So where Iran is destroying all of the American radar systems and the missile launchers, all of the THAAD systems, the early detection systems, some of them costing, each unit would cost over $1 billion US. The one that was positioned in North Qatar cost them 1.1 billion, let alone the several that were targeted in the 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain. The United States has hundreds of billions in losses now so far. Their bases have been completely destroyed, flattened like Gaza, as some Americans are saying. And Hezbollah is doing that to Israel inside of the occupied territories. So, in effect, what we have here is a situation where Iran is decapitating Israel's capability to detect any missiles coming from Iran, hypersonic ballistic missiles. Hezbollah is targeting Israel's capability to detect missiles from within the occupied territories, which would mean that if we continue down this same pattern, and Hezbollah clearly have a very accurate map of where all of these radar systems are positioned, and satellite systems as well in Israel, that means that at one point Israel will become completely defenseless in face of these ongoing attacks, and we will only see more destruction and devastation. We're talking about a situation here where Israel already lost over 90% of the time that it has to intercept missiles coming from Iran. And now with Hezbollah successfully targeting these systems inside the occupied territories, well, what do they have left? Some of the radars that they have, they're blinding them from within. And this is very well coordinated. And these are strategic moves. You see where Israel is landing bombs both in Tehran and in Beirut to show a lot of damage, to destroy, to cause fires and what have you, kill civilians. Hezbollah in Iran are decapitating them and their military capabilities. The fact that Israel is now moving into theatrical attacks that cause fires in Iran proves that they no longer have any list of anything to target. And despite all of that, despite exhausting these so-called military targets, and many of them came against dummies, whether in the form of missile launchers or drones that were painted on the ground, or an inflated device or something made out of wood, they're now targeting more civilian buildings and gatherings of people, as I showed you in the previous video, who are protesting in solidarity with their country against this barbarism coming from the United States and Israel against the Iranian people. So what are they going to do after that? Well, that's why some of the people in the military establishment are saying that, listen, we might actually have to end it before there's any regime change. But if that does happen, assuming that it would, because we need to understand one thing here, the Israeli military is bound by Netanyahu. The American president is bound by Netanyahu. The Israeli army already resisted several plans. During the Gaza genocide, there were multiple cases where the Israeli army, including the IDF chief of staff, resisted the plans of the political leadership led by Netanyahu to conduct certain operations because of the risk that they had against the Israeli forces and the lack of capabilities and the huge losses that Israel would have should they go on these adventures from Netanyahu, these genocidal adventures. What happened? Netanyahu went ahead anyway, because he makes the decisions and the army needs to listen. And he started to sack everyone who doesn't abide by him. In the beginning of the genocide, both two members of the war cabinet and two previous, they were also previous IDF chiefs of staff, Eisenkot and Gantz at the time, withdrew. Why? Because he was completely going against anything that makes any military sense in Gaza, and that led to such high numbers of losses where the resistance was having fun barbecuing them in Gaza. And Trump now is bound by Netanyahu, therefore the American army is hostage to Netanyahu's decisions. And Netanyahu said he wants to continue. Netanyahu has been waiting for this all of his life, and there's no chance he's going ahead, assuming anyway that the decision of ending the war lies in their hands. It does not lie in their hands. The decision to end the war lies in the hands of Iran. Only Iran will be deciding when this ends, not those who began this genocide. And more statements are coming now, both from China and Russia. China and Russia are making statements now in relation to Iran. First and foremost, let's begin with Putin. Putin vows unwavering support to Iran's new leader. That came in the Moscow Times. Russian President Vladimir Putin on Monday pledged unwavering support to Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, who was appointed after his father and predecessor was killed in US-Israeli strikes. Putin said, "I would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for Tehran and solidarity with our Iranian friends," he said in a message to Khamenei, adding that Russia has been and will remain a reliable partner. Putin's support for the 56-year-old cleric comes as US President Donald Trump, who previously dismissed Mujtaba Khamenei as lightweight, warned that Iran's new leader is not going to last long without his approval. After similar threats from Israel, a Chinese foreign ministry spokesman warned that Beijing opposes targeting leaders and insists that Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity should be respected. Russia, of course, condemned the attacks as unprovoked acts of armed aggression. They said at a time where Iran is confronting armed aggression, your tenure in this high position will undoubtedly require great courage and dedication. Putin told the new Ayatollah, voicing confidence that he would unite the Iranian people in the face of severe trials. So, he has the support of Russia. He has the support of China. He has the support of his people. That's the first and main thing. And he's continuing with the path of attacks against Israel. And the Iranians are saying very clearly that we're not going to be conducting any attacks with missiles that weigh less than a ton. That's from the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Aerospace Force. From now on, we will not launch any missile with a warhead weighing less than 1 ton. 1 ton is a lot of damage. And Iran, by the way, has very many missiles. We don't know the amount, by the way. That weigh more than a ton. 1.5 tons, 1.3, 1.5, up to 2 tons, according to multiple reports they have. And that is very problematic, both for Israel and the United States, because they're losing their air defense systems. They're losing their early warning systems. Israel is losing its radar systems from within by the attacks coming from Hezbollah. And with Iran only declaring that it will escalate even further, that puts them in an even worse position. So if Trump says that Mujtaba Khamenei needs to get his approval, for example, and all of this nonsense, and he's not happy, but we achieved most of our goals. You know, some elements in the Iranian establishment are actually, in the Israeli establishment, are saying also, you know, that's why we are looking to end it potentially sometime soon. What are they going to do if Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue this? The chances are none of them will be able to do anything if Netanyahu decides to continue this operation. Firstly, it's out of their hands. It's not in their hands now. So even if they talk tomorrow, and listen, they spoke immediately after they assassinated the supreme leader. The level of arrogance, by the way, and delusional mindset of these people is beyond comprehension. Thinking that they can call a country after they're attacking their supreme leader and tell them, yeah, you know, well, there's a new phase now. Iran told them, no talks. We're not talking with you. There were talks. You decided to do this yet again. This time, we will be deciding when this ends. And chances are, first and foremost, Netanyahu doesn't want to end this. That's firstly. Secondly, he has enough people within the administration, including Trump himself, who is on his leash anyway. So even if Trump, you hear him say a statement, but then again, with Trump, it's reaching a stage where he is such a pathological liar that you don't know what to take seriously and what not. So you can't take anything seriously. But what we can say is about Donald Trump is, if he was serious about Iran, serious about his intention behind the statements, because his statements again are lies. But let's say he's coming and saying, "Oh, we destroyed their missile capabilities, we destroyed their drones and what have you," all lies, of course. But his intention behind it is to get a way out, find a way out, and get the advice. Maybe he got the advice of Antony Blinken, who said, "Just declare that you won and that's it. That's an exit plan." He will not be able to do that even in that manner, through manipulation, and make himself feel comfortable about the whole campaign and the fact that he can get out after now he's facing all of this repercussion with the financial catastrophe. The so-called America First is putting Americans in worse situations than they were in before his arrival, just because even Genocide Joe refused to go and attack against Iran. At the time, he was very clear with Netanyahu even. He said that, and they made it clear, the American army and Biden at the time, despite the fact that they are as complicit in this as Israel, by the way, they supported Israel. He told them at the time, Biden, that we're not going to participate. We will help you defend, however, that's it. And then when things started to de-escalate, he told Netanyahu at the time, "You got the win, take the win," by intercepting, because they were claiming that they intercepted the majority of the attacks that came from Iran back in April 2024. And then with the second escalation in October. So we have a situation here. And of course, in June, it was Trump. In June 2025, we have our Trump. But April and October 2024, Biden was there, and Biden didn't go. And Biden clearly told them that we're not going to be participating with you in any attack against Iran. We will only defend you with missiles to defend yourselves. Of course, there's criticism behind that, logistically, where the Americans aware all of that, of course, but we're talking about the American army is in this 100% now. But it was more of a situation like what Britain and Germany are like doing with the United States now, logistical support, helping them defend themselves, helping the aggressor defend himself, but no participating directly and denying that they want to participate. Trump went all out. This is Benjamin Netanyahu's golden opportunity. This is Netanyahu's golden opportunity. And because this is Netanyahu's golden opportunity, he's not going to let anyone get away without him accomplishing whatever it is he wants. Maybe he wants to see more destruction in Iran. Maybe he wants to start targeting more infrastructure in Iran. Maybe he wants to conduct more. Maybe he actually wants to drag the American army, for example, into an all-out war. But where is that going to lead to? That is going to lead to more Iranian responses. As a matter of fact, Iran is still continuing to attack U.S. assets and U.S. personnel who have any connection with this war of aggression. And this recent attack came from one of their assets in Bahrain. So that was the recent attack coming from Iran against an American asset inside of Bahrain. Because again, the United States is still using the territories of Arab countries to continue and conduct these attacks against Iran. And from an Iranian perspective, they're not going to let that pass without any sort of response. In addition to that, these were some of the recent attacks that came from Iran against Israel in one of their recent waves, most likely the 32nd wave. So these were the recent attacks coming. And Iran also today targeted or reports said, Iran didn't officially say it. Again, this is where we need to kind of be accurate with the reporting side. NATO intercepted a missile that reportedly came from Iran against Turkey, although against, well, American assets inside of Turkish territories, because the only remaining THAAD system, apart from the ones in Israel, outside of the Arab GCC countries, is in Turkey. Therefore, that's being used heavily. There was an attack. Iran didn't take responsibility. It could have been Iran. There was an interception coming from NATO this time. And mind you, if it is Iran, then look at the scale of things. Iran is attacking a base of the United States in a NATO country. I mean, can you imagine the level of guts that takes? You know, Trump admitted that they have guts for a good reason. At the end of the day, Donald Trump wouldn't have said that they have guts unless they actually did, knowing that they could invoke the participation of NATO. Let's have a look what happened between the Turkish side and the Iranian side after this attack. What happened with the Erdogan side as well, and where are things headed to after this? So Turkish President Erdogan tells Iran that the violation of Turkish airspace cannot be excused for any reason. Targeting regional countries is not in anyone's interest. And these actions must end, Erdogan told Pezeshkian. Okay, he told that to Pezeshkian. What else exactly happened here? Well, they continued with this report that he had a phone call with Masoud Pezeshkian to discuss the recent developments on the ground, and including the interception of another missile heading to Turkey from Iran. Erdogan told Pezeshkian that the violation of Turkish airspace cannot be excused for any reason whatsoever. Turkey will continue to take all of the necessary measures against this. Turkey's communications directorate said in a statement. They continued the call, which was held at the request of Pezeshkian. So there was an initiation here from Pezeshkian to speak with the Turkish president in relation to this incident that happened. Came after the National Defense Ministry of Turkey said on Monday that a ballistic missile fired from Iran entered the Turkish airspace and was neutralized by NATO air and missile defense assets deployed in the Eastern Mediterranean. Last Wednesday, they continued. The ministry said a ballistic munition fired from Iran toward Turkish airspace after crossing Syria, and Iraq was intercepted and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense units in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey is negatively affected by conflicts in which it is not a party, Erdogan told his Iranian counterpart. Now, here where it gets slightly into the gray area, right? Turkey is negatively affected by conflicts in which it is not a party, Erdogan is telling his counterpart. I mean, how substantiated is that coming from the Turkish president? Is Turkey not a party? Turkey as a country is not a party. There's no denying that. They didn't say that they attacked Iran or anything. However, if you have an American asset, an American base in your region, and don't tell me that you have control over what the Americans do with their own equipment inside your country, then that argument starts to become a little bit weak, to say the least, similar to the statements that are coming from the Arab countries. If you're going to tell me I am no part of this, but there's an American base on my soil, on my territories, conducting actions against you, whether they are monitoring, whether they are radar systems, whether they are detection, whether whatever it is, then that means that your territory is being used as a hostile hub against another country, and people are getting killed in that country. It is very simple. It's not that difficult. As a matter of fact, a recent report, a very alarming report, came from Israel recently about Israel handed weapons by a Turkish-owned firm. 27,000 bombs made by Turkish-owned firm as Trump administration bypasses Congress. And these were over 20,000 Mk-80 bombs produced at a Texas plant owned by a Turkish defense company. An unusual detail revealed in State Department document. The Trump administration again sidesteps Congress. There was no confirmation coming from Turkey after this, by the way, about whether they were part of this deal or not. And there was also a statement today from the defense ministry in Syria saying that they monitored a couple of bombs landing from the Lebanese side inside their own territories, and they reserve the right to do what is necessary. Yet the same Ministry of Defense didn't blink when Israel was collapsing their Ministry of Defense. The same ministry that's talking was destroyed by Israel. Israel was bombarding Syria ever since the regime change there. They haven't fired a bullet at Israel. And now they're saying that they're speaking with the Lebanese side about actions required or what needs to be done, when they are allowing Israeli helicopters to land in Syrian territories in their operations against Lebanon. Now, to what extent can they go with Lebanon? That's where things can go really badly. They have no say unless Turkey participates and approves the situation. As a matter of fact, this could have been a Turkish move to, have a tit for tat with Iran, telling them, listen, if you do this here, we can make it more difficult with Hezbollah through our allies, or, well, really and truly, I mean, Turkey is running the show in Syria, almost. And we can cause a lot of trouble. That could be the thing. But they know that if there are certain lines being crossed, it would be devastating for them. It would be devastating for them, and it would lead to a regional catastrophe. So their steps should be calculated very carefully. Because if they continue down the same path of, well, hosting American bases first and foremost, and then talking about, oh, well, we have nothing to do with it, it's not very convincing, to say the least. And the final thing that I wanted to talk to you about, we've been talking recently about the destruction of the United States and how the United States actually faced the biggest attack in its history in this form from Iran. The United States never faced this before.
$1 billion.
And there was a recent statement coming from
early warning radar.
Coming from Scott Ritter in a recent interview that he had, that was very interesting in that regard. He spoke about the level of destruction of radars of the United States in the region by Iran, and how this never happened in the history of the United States of America. Let's have a look to what he had to say in this short clip.
Is that there's photographic evidence that 5 radars associated with THAAD batteries have been destroyed by the Iranians. The Iranians are precisely picking us apart. They're taking us apart piece by piece by piece. They took out our early warning eyes in Al Udeid, $1.1 billion early warning radar, gone. They've taken out other radars. They've destroyed 5 THAAD batteries, which I believe, and I wrote this earlier, is the maximum number we have deployed in the region. So our THAAD is no longer operational outside of Israel. And they are now picking us apart, destroying there are people who are saying the amount of destruction done to American military infrastructure is the greatest in the history of the United States, that outside of the Civil War. Nobody has ever inflicted this much harm on the United States. Nobody has attacked American military installations to this degree. And the Iranians are just picking us apart piece by piece by piece. They're using intelligence provided by the Russians and the Chinese that specifically identify locations, and they have the weapon systems that are able to strike these locations, and we don't have the ability to defend ourselves. So ask yourself, who's winning this war?
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer.
The trajectory is in favor of Iran.
That was a very clear statement here coming from Scott Ritter, and more people from or who were in the American administration or the American military or the American intelligence are really clarifying the situation as it is, especially those who are retired, those who are not operating at the moment, because they wouldn't be at liberty to talk about the level of damage that is being conducted against the United States assets in the region to the right level. At the end of the day, the whole campaign is run by a group of propagandists inside the United States administration who are constantly saying that, well, we are eliminating everything. Today, Donald Trump said that we destroyed every capability of Iran in terms of their drones. Their missiles are almost completely over. Everything is done. And their navy is completely gone. Well, how are they able to still close the Strait of Hormuz? Why is it taking Israel only 30 seconds now, after they had over 10 minutes, to know when a missile is coming from the Iranian side? It's because of this. It's because of this level of destruction that the United States is facing. The United States, every asset in the region is being completely destroyed. We're hearing more people that from the United States that all of the American bases have been, in effect, destroyed, almost flattened completely. And mind you, from an Iranian perspective, they are still conducting attacks against these bases, whether they still have any sort of logistical support, any sort of radar support, any munitions, anything to do with the American bases in the Gulf. Again, that's in spite of the confirmations or statements coming from Arab states to do with the fact that they don't have anything actually to do with that war. The evidence on the ground proves the contrary, is that they are still operational on the same day that the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian had this initiative and had this call or message to the neighboring countries in relation to the attacks. And when he said that if we are not attacked from your territories, we will not be attacking you, what does the United States do? Attacks a desalination plant in Qeshm that harmed 30 villages that rely on that desalination plant from Bahrain, which proves that really and truly all of these American bases in the region are hubs of terror, are cancer cells. Iran knows that very well. Any official who is legitimizing that and just focusing on Iran, portraying as if Iran is attacking Arab countries, is not only misleading people deliberately, but is also putting his head in the sand as well. And if they don't realize that, they will not be able to act upon it, and they will continue falling into the same trap. So what is your argument exactly? What, for Iran to get attacked by these bases that you have no control over, by the way? You heard what Trump told the Spanish prime minister. He told him that if we want to use the bases, even if you said we're not going to allow you to use the bases, if we want to use them, we'll just go and use them. That is the way that they operate with their closest allies, let alone with many of the Arab countries that have no leverage. Some of them have more leverage than others, but really and truly, the American forces can do whatever they want in the region. And thankfully, there are more voices in the United States confirming what we know so far, is that they are facing the biggest attack in their history by Iran. And this time, it isn't going to stop unless Iran decides. Iran decides the time it will stop. Iran decides how long it's going to continue. And Iran decides the scale of escalation and where things go to. Because the United States and Israel crossed a black line by targeting the supreme leader and having these barbaric massacres against school children in Iran. And Iran this time will not be opening the negotiation path with them or any attempt to get to a solution unless it's by the Iranian demands and adheres to the demands of the Iranian people and provides security and reassurance to Iran as a whole, not only through negotiations, but through actions on the ground. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you in this live stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Everyone who sent supers as well will have
A building suspected of housing U.S. personnel in Manama, Bahrain, was hit by a Shahed kamikaze drone. Then, a loud explosion followed. Iranian intelligence has detected each hotel popular among diplomats or American personnel hiding in Bahrain because their bases there are vulnerable to Iranian swipes. Then, killer drones will launch targeted attacks on hotels to finish off their enemies. An AI can command automatic attacks, flying through windows, to blow up targets sitting in hotel rooms. Hotels have been warned as potential targets due to the American presence, following repeated Iranian drone attacks. Confirmed damage reports in a video shared by eyewitnesses on March 10 show the situation after the attack, with broken window glass littering the streets of Manama, after American air defenses failed to intercept the Shahed drone, which crashed into a hotel housing U.S. military personnel. Initial reports indicate one person was killed, and several Americans were injured, but this has not been officially confirmed. It is worth noting that discussions are heating up on social media platforms, where governments allied with the media are making irrational claims in official statements for political reasons, with propaganda such as in Ukraine, confusing everyone. The indication is clear that the U.S. is no longer safe even sheltering in civilian infrastructure in Bahrain, because Iran knows better and its drones are highly accurate.
Fire and destruction all around in Tel Aviv. One of the most secretive underground facilities is now in ruins. According to unverified reports, an Iranian missile struck what is believed to be one of Israel's largest underground wartime shelters in Tel Aviv, a heavily protected facility reportedly used by Israeli leaders during major conflicts. Witnesses described a massive explosion, followed by a raging fire at the site. Flames quickly spread across the area, burning buses and cars nearby as thick smoke poured into the sky. The surrounding streets were left littered with debris, while firefighters rushed to the scene, struggling to contain the blaze as residents fled in panic. The underground shelter is believed to be part of Israel's extensive civil defense and command network, a system designed to shield top officials and security leadership during wartime emergencies. According to these initial reports, the Iranian missile may have penetrated the area's defenses, triggering a powerful blast that set parts of the underground facility ablaze. Authorities have not yet confirmed whether any senior Israeli leaders were inside the shelter at the time of the strike. However, the attack has already sent shockwaves through Israel's security establishment, raising urgent questions about the vulnerability of even the country's most fortified wartime command sites. This video showed Iranian missiles lighting up the night sky over Tel Aviv. Below, sirens were blaring, forcing people to rush to bomb shelters to save their lives. A massive thunderous impact from the missiles can be heard in the video. This comes as the IRGC confirmed it fired the 30th wave of missiles toward Israel and U.S. bases in the region. This video shows the impact of Iran's cluster warheads carving out craters on the roads in Tel Aviv. Shocked Israelis can be heard saying, "Look what happened to cars." At least one injury was reported in Rishon LeZion, Tel Aviv, due to an impact from the latest missile attack from Iran. Magen David Adam said a woman in her 40s was moderately injured as a result of falling shrapnel. The woman is being treated for a head injury after being hit by flying rocks following the missile impact. The woman was apparently not inside the bomb shelter. There is notable damage to a local building, the mayor tells Channel 12 News. Impacts have also been reported in Lod and Modi'in Illit. This purported video shows an Iranian missile splitting mid-air into multiple warheads, triggering chaos on the ground. The Israeli air defenses look completely crippled, failing to stop Iranian missiles as they successfully wade through their targets. Not just Tel Aviv, Iran also rained fire on the Israeli port city of Haifa. This video showed a missile hitting the target, lighting up the night sky amid the sound of sirens.
A barrage of Iranian ballistic missiles has rocked Israel's commercial hub, Tel Aviv, triggering multiple explosions and sending millions of residents scrambling for safety. Air raid sirens echoed across the country as incoming projectiles streaked through the night sky. The dramatic escalation comes as Tehran unleashes yet another wave of strikes in its intensifying confrontation with Israel. According to Israeli media reports, at least 15 explosions were heard across Tel Aviv following the arrival of cluster warheads fired from Iranian ballistic missiles. The strikes came shortly after Iran announced the launch of the 30th wave of its military campaign, known as Operation True Promise 4. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said the barrage included Khurramshahr, Fatah, and Khaybar ballistic missiles, as well as strategic drones aimed at Israeli targets. The IRGC said the strikes were directed at military and strategic locations linked to Israel and United States forces in the region. As the missiles approached Israeli territory, air raid sirens began sounding across large parts of the country. Alerts were reported in Tel Aviv, Haifa, the Galilee, the Jordan Valley, and several settlements across central Israel. Media reports also reveal massive power outages in the wake of Iran's bombardment. Footage circulating on social media appeared to show the aftermath of the explosions, with damaged vehicles, shattered shopfront windows, and debris scattered across streets. Reportedly, Iranian cluster warheads have carved massive craters across the Tel Aviv region. One missile fragment reportedly struck a residential building in Tel Aviv, causing heavy structural damage and prompting a major emergency response. Images from the scene showed large sections of the apartment block destroyed, while rescue teams searched through the rubble for possible survivors. Residents were seen moving rapidly towards shelters as emergency crews secured the damaged area. Authorities said several people were injured during the latest wave of missile strikes across central Israel. The attacks come amid continuing exchanges of missile barrages between Iran and Israel, with densely populated urban areas increasingly caught in the crossfire. In recent days, air raid sirens have repeatedly forced millions of Israelis into shelters as air defense systems attempted to intercept incoming missiles.
Explosions rocked parts of central Israel after Iran launched another wave of ballistic missiles toward Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. Dramatic visuals from the scene showed thick black smoke rising above the skyline, and a car overturned on a street in the Bnei Brak area following the impact. Authorities say multiple impact sites were reported across central Israel during the latest barrage. Police officials say the widespread of the blast locations suggests that at least one of the incoming missiles may have carried a cluster-type warhead. First responders from Israel's National Emergency Service, Magen David Adom, rushed to several locations after the strikes. Paramedics initially reported 3 people injured by shrapnel when debris from the explosions hit residential and commercial areas. Among the injured was a man in his 40s who sustained serious wounds in Tel Aviv. 2 others were also hurt in the nearby city of Petah Tikva. A 25-year-old reported to be in moderate condition and a 56-year-old man with lighter injuries. Officials later said the number of wounded had risen to 6 as more casualties were located at impact sites. In Petah Tikva, 5 people were reported injured, though most were described as being in stable condition. Emergency teams and search and rescue units from the Israel Defense Forces were deployed to the affected areas. Authorities say investigations are underway to determine the exact type of missile used in the attack and assess the full scale of the damage. The latest barrage marks another escalation in the rapidly widening confrontation between Iran and Israel, with missiles striking densely populated urban areas and emergency teams scrambling across central Israel. Fears are mounting that the conflict could intensify further in the days ahead.
Our war to begin with. And this is where you're going to now to realize the cost and the dead Americans starting to flying over to the US. This is, by the way, only what the media is allowing you, all of us, to know. So as early as of March, the beginning of the campaign against Iran, which you all know, the Operation Epic Fury, it is estimating the American, me and others here in America, taxpayers, over between $890 million to $1 billion a day. So this high daily expense is driven, of course, by air, by naval operations, the expensive missile defense interceptions, and so forth. And with this, we're starting to look at a much bigger problem, the financial collapse. Iranian knew as getting into this is a long haul. This is why Iran now doesn't want to stop the war, excuse me, doesn't want to stop the war, and it will not stop the war. So according to reports that are sort of published by major international newspaper, not just here inside the Pentagon. But again, will I trust what I see? No, because the numbers are far higher. What this international newspaper have disclosed so far is that there are now signs of a financial collapse that have begun to appear as the cost of operating, for example, 2 aircraft carriers in the region amounts to $13 million a day. Even one of the entities here in the US, Bloomberg that is, estimated that the operating cost of the USS Gerald Ford, you know, when it was in Venezuela, the coast and so forth, it was costing back then $11.4 million a day when it was based near Venezuela. Then you add the cost of the kamikazes, drones, which is about 1,250 of them. The cost reached about $43.8 million. And once again, these figures, it's just what's been disclosed to the people outside. And that in itself, when you look at a drone, that is, especially for the Iranians, what they use, it cost what, 10,000, 20,000, okay? It's far cheaper option compared to a multi-million-dollar missiles. And for the THAAD ballistic missile interceptors, the ones we had in the Korean theater, they used by the military sort of to repel the enemy strikes, right? Here's the thing. Each one cost about $12.8 million, according to the Pentagon document. But you know the numbers. The Pentagon's not going to want to disclose the truth.
Dreaming of a custom home that's exactly how you want it? At America's Home Place, we've been building homes your way, on your land, for over 50 years.
And so far, we have no idea, because there is no accountability here. We have no idea how many of those missiles have been used so far. If you see the skies in Tel Aviv with fireworks, let me use the term, or all the interception, what, nothing, how many missiles will have to be launched into this? And this in itself gave the way for the major question. The major question is, which, by the way, many of you have participated in the survey that I asked this question. Did Israel and the United States miscalculate the balance of power in the war against Iran? It's a legitimate question to ask. And by the way, thank you for the community, those who took part in this or participated in this survey. We had about 4,265 participants. So 94% of you said yes, 3% of you said no, and 3% said don't know. This is a legitimate answer as well. But we have to ask that question, because the most compelling argument for these miscalculations centers on one aspect that the US and Israel didn't count on, which is Iran's resilience as a target. And now, with the nomination of the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, he's the second son of Khamenei. I'll do a separate video for you about this one, because you need to know certain aspects about. He was behind, I was aware of his sort of, back then when I was in Washington working, you understand who's in behind the scenes. Mujtaba was one behind the scenes. It's not about all this now. It is about what he just did the moment, 1 hour after he was appointed as the supreme leader, the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. He launched missiles at Israel. Loud and clear message. And this is why Iran, we never understood this. Iran, the government, managed to survive the economic devastations that from the US sanctions for over 38 years. You remember? Remember the 2009 Green Movement? Do you remember the protests between 2019 and 2020? Do you remember 2022 Women's Life Freedom Uprising? And then this major anti-regime protest in 2025, early 2026. And just to put it simply, Iran is a hard target and will not collapse. This is what we didn't understand. This is what Trump didn't understand. Because Trump is not at the driver's seat, by the way. It is Israel that is. And I'll get into this in a second. So the core strategic error may have been in misreading Iranian restraint as a weakness. I used to say this: do not misinterpret Iranians' restraint for not responding as a sign of weakness, because that's exactly how we interpreted it. Remember Iran's earlier restraint? That's what emboldened Washington to bomb its nuclear facilities in June 2025. And because of those strikes failed to provoke severe retaliation, Washington may have come to believe, oh, it could go further, targeting Iran's leadership, military assets, or even civilian infrastructure, without incurring some sort of serious consequences. And that misjudgments, in my opinion, of restraint and retaliation has now contributed to the outbreak of wider hostilities. And Iran is not backing down. So critically, the assumption that Iran would fight a limited war appears to have been wrong. Wrong. The intelligence assessments, which, by the way, Donald Trump didn't see till a week after he launched the attack. It was dictated in that report. You will not be able to take down the regime. You will not be able to. This is why Trump, with his delusional statements as for example, oh, we will have to approve the next leader of Iran. You know, how pathetic. Who the heck you think you are? Dictating to another sovereign state? You're the one dictating who their president or whomever ought to be? And this is where, when you think about understanding why the Iran's regime survival is a foregone conclusion. And that is why Iran went ahead and struck US military installations across the Middle East, including, as you know, bases in Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, and Iraq. By the way, do you all remember last time I was trying to share with you a picture of that school and my computer froze? So I have it, I kept it for you. Remember that picture? You know where that missile was launched from? It was launched from Bahrain. And that is why Iran went ahead and struck the US installations in Bahrain. Because here is the harsh reality, which is a reality. All the US military installations in those countries, that means the countries have no authority over that, even though it's in their territory. They have no sovereignty over those bases. They couldn't say yes or no, whatever. That is why the Iran retaliated by that. So the story is being covered certain ways, but significant. You know, we talk about the attacks of the Iran attacks on the U.S. installations in Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Oman, even Oman at that point. No, but here is the thing: the significant details are being systematically downplayed or even buried. And there's some other pretext of, look what we're doing to Iran, these massive devastations. Do you know the devastations that is also being caused in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, in other locations inside Israel? Do you know the devastations that is caused in the US military installations? And as a matter of fact, I got a word that the number of casualties is far more than 6, which I have to confirm before I'll disclose information. And this is why what you have the strikes on US bases, and to me it's like let me rephrase this. It's not a total blackout. That's not what it is. It's just the information is cherry picked. I am here to tell you the truth because that's what I stand for. Iran launched 500 missiles and 2,000 drones during just the first days of the hostilities. And that is striking the 9 countries: Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. That's an extraordinary bombardment by any historical standard. And yes, do we hear about it? No. As a matter of fact, the US 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain was directly hit by a missile strike from Iran. And of course, till later on, the Bahraini government confirmed that. And it also reported that, oh, it's being targeted, meaning Bahrain, by 45 missiles and 9 drones. In Qatar, Al Udeid base, the largest US military presence in West Asia, the largest US base in the region, was targeted by 44 missiles, 8 drones on the opening day alone. Do we hear much about it? No, we don't. And that is why I need you to understand what the media is saying. So I'm going to share a clip with you here. And I want you to hear how the media right in the US been instructed not to disclose the information. And I'll let you be the judge yourself. Take a listen, please. All right, let me share this one here.
Go up there. We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up, that interceptor. But I'm not going to go up there. We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up, that interceptor. But
so you got the idea. That is exactly my point. Why the media is doing what it's doing. The same arguments I can make about the disappearance of a drone. Let me share the screen once again. All right, take a listen, please.
Advanced surveillance drone has America's most advanced surveillance drone has just vanished over the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Navy's MQ-4C Triton, a $180 million high-altitude intelligence aircraft, reportedly sent an emergency signal before disappearing near the Strait of Hormuz, the center of U.S.-Iran tension. This isn't just a drone. Flying above 50,000 feet, Triton tracks warships, missile activity, and critical maritime traffic. If it was intercepted or jammed, that signals a serious electronic warfare challenge. If it malfunctioned, it still exposes operational vulnerability in a high-risk zone. Either way, losing real-time ISR coverage shifts the intelligence balance. In geopolitics, information is power, and that power just blinked. Subscribe.
And here is the thing about this. Israel now is in Iran now is in a possession of, as a matter of fact, they deciphered one specific technology in a drone that they downed that belongs to Israel. Well, of course, anything belongs to Israel belongs to America because it's all American weapons anyway. And now the Iranians are just reverse engineering it. That's how, and this is why this information has not been disclosed earlier. You think about now the clip on the refinery that took place. Israel attacked an Iranian refinery missile, an oil refinery with a missile. So let me play a clip for you, to show you the retaliation of Iran, if I am able to play it sometimes. Okay, I'm able to play it right here. Let me upload it for you, and you can listen yourself. Of course, they are not disclosing it as to what's really happened here. All right, take a listen here. I know you won't hear it clearly because there's the background. What it says right there, Darb Akbar Musaffat Linnaft fil Kiyan, meaning in Israel. The attack on the largest oil refinery in Israel. That's the one you are looking at. Okay, let me get back here and close this one, and we get back to our conversation. And my point is that the idea of, even now, there are unconfirmed report about a number of American soldiers being captured. I'll get into this in a later on as I get into the, as a matter of fact, I'm going to share it right now because I need you to. Okay, let's take a listen. I'm sorry, guys, there are so many windows open. I have to make sure you are watching the right one. All right, I'm going to do translation for you briefly, and we'll move on with this conversation. This is an urgent message coming from none other than Ali Larijani. I have a picture of him, I believe. Yes, Ali Larijani. He's the secretary of the National Security Council of
عدد من الجنود
stating that many American soldiers
الأمريكيين وقعوا في الأسر إذا بحسب
they have been captured.
سيد لاريجاني عدد
This is according to Mr. Ali Larijani.
من الجنود الأمريكيين وقعوا
Those are the American soldiers.
في الأسر. لعودة لضيف سيد مارك فيفل طبعا تابعت معنا مع هذا الخبر.
And what he had an American analyst, I don't know who that is, but he was in the studio for the interview and asked him the same question.
العاجل كيف وجدته؟
How do you see this emerging news?
في انتظار تأكيده أو نفيه.
Whether you can confirm it or deny it.
Americans captured.
نعم عدد من الجنود وقعوا.
Is this about the Americans being captured?
في الأسر.
Yes, okay.
He was waiting for the translation, basically.
First I've heard of it.
أو
About it.
هذه هي المرة الأولى
This is the first time I heard of this news.
التي أسمع عن هذا الشيء لم أسمع من قبل. هذا أمر خطير لأن
I haven't heard this before. This is the first time.
هناك استخدام للدعاية و
There's of course the propaganda part.
ربما قد يتم استخدام أشرطة فيديو. هذه حرب مريعة في
This is a scary war.
كثير من الجوانب وحصل هنالك الكثير من الضرر لو أن جنود
And there's a lot of destruction that has been caused so far.
الأمريكيين تم أسرهم أو تعذيبهم. هذا سيدعو الرئيس ترامب إلى
And if the Americans are being detained or interrogated, that means the president of the United States, Donald Trump,
تكون له ردة فعل
he will have to react to this.
هذا سيدفعه إلى ربما إلى أن يكون أكثر تعنتا.
Perhaps he might become more sort of a hardcore regarding this matter. So I'm going to stop right here because it's a little bit long, and I wanted to keep going in the analysis because I have to move on with this one. Now, you think about the idea of this. Once again, I am not confirming this yet. I'm working on it. 70 soldiers inside, 70 soldiers have been detained, basically, a platoon that is. And if it is, makes you ask the question, what were those Americans, where were they detained to begin with? Where were they arrested? That means they had to be on the Iranian territory soil, on the Iranian soil. And if they are, where did they came from? Did they came from the north? I was in Kurdistan, and I remember seeing the borders quite a distance, of course, but Kurdistan, this is why the US is trying now to push the Kurdish fighters into fighting Iran. And if it is true, and these 70 soldiers have been detained, that's going to change the game altogether. And with this comes the deeper strategic miscalculation and the fundamental problem. Now, the fundamental problem regarding this war in Iran that the US and Israel didn't think through deep enough is that the gap between the military success and the political goals. All we've been saying, oh, we want a regime change. Where is it? It is now. Yesterday, Mujtaba Khamenei has been appointed as the supreme leader. The political functions of the government in Iran still operating. And this is why I believe the road to war from both Tel Aviv and Washington was not paved sort of by a sober calculation of sort or the cost-benefit ratio. Was not. It was sort of, it was driven by an illusion, if I may use the term, of control. The belief that Washington could coerce Iran into submission through threats, deployments of assets and US aircraft carriers, many planes and so forth, and limited strikes. You strike once or twice or 5 times, whatever, and there will be, without thinking that with these activities will not trigger a broader regional configuration. And that's exactly what Iran did. So the bottom line to this is that the evidence suggests the miscalculation of the US, now that we are spending $1 billion a day, our taxpayers' dollars, our tax money going into some cause that have nothing to do with the welfare of Americans. And this is why this arrogance, both on Israel and the US, assess their military sort of superiority, and that Iran is conventional weakness. No, they, meaning Washington, US and Israel, they underestimated Iran's willingness to absorb punishment, but at the same time escalate broadly. They overestimated the prospect of regime collapse. And most critically of them all, they choose a war at a moment when diplomacy may have produced results because they were working towards that. And this is where you're going to see why Iran is saying, forget about negotiations. They shouldn't forget about it. I've been saying this forever. But now it's over for all this. And this is, again, where you're going to be seeing this is a different phase where we are entering into this. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support. And this leads me to ask the key question here. Is Israel deciding what's going on the war front, not the US? And the answer is clear. Donald Trump has to take orders from Tel Aviv, because you have to remember three things. One is the Epstein issue. Two, it has to do with adolescents. It was a massive donor to the Donald Trump's campaign. As a matter of fact, his wife, I forgot her name, adolescent, she gave about $300 million to the campaign. So you can see, if somebody gives you $300 million, you're going to have to do whatever they ask for. And that's exactly where. And this is where I believe Netanyahu has been the primary driver, with Trump as willing. So, because what Netanyahu is doing to Trump is manipulating him. Because you have to think about Netanyahu's thinking for the last 35, 40 years. That's his mission. Because to Netanyahu, this one deeply personal, is very personal. But to Trump, it's not. So what Netanyahu ended up stating directly, that US involvement, and I put it in quote, allows us to do what I have been hoping to do for 40 years, to deliver a crushing blow to the terror regime, end of quote. And that's in itself revealing, to say the least. Because why? By the US engaging in war on behalf of Israel, the war fulfills Netanyahu's decade-long ambition, not an American strategic imperative. This is where the difference. And that's exactly what most Americans, because you are about 70 to 80% Americans do not want this war. They have no understanding to begin with. And let alone now that is spent out of the gas is already going up here. This is where the problem is. Because Netanyahu has his own, he has the push the US over the cliff dealing with this, but also has the domestic incentives to all this. And that's why Netanyahu has some sort of personal reasons to keep the war going. First of all, it exposed the failure of the October 7th. And second is the legal battle on charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. You can see why we have what we call the tail wagging the dog problem here. Because what American people is going to come to see this as the Israeli tail wagging the American dog. That is exactly what's going on. Dragging the United States into the Middle East or West Asia. That is not ours. Why are we getting into this conflict to begin with? And that's where you start to see now that the dead of American soldiers are flying into Dover Air Force Base in Maryland. And the Trump has to see the reality. Now, I saw an image, it was a heartbreaking, of this little kid. His dad died. He just was holding to the casket, couldn't let go. It's like, if I have to guess, was 6, 7 years old. You know, it was hard to see. And even Americans are asking, well, Mr. Trump, why don't you send your son to fight? Yeah, why don't you send him to fight? And that is where it becomes the question about Trump's role. Is he a partner or is he a puppet? I go with the latter. That's my opinion. Because Donald Trump is taking orders from Tel Aviv. Because it's become clear now that Donald Trump is Netanyahu's instrument. And that is why Iran went ahead and attacked the American bases in the region. Because those countries, even though now you have Qatar and Saudi Arabia pulled about $2 trillion from the US, they start to realize the US is telling you, we'll come to your support, but when it matters, it doesn't. Well, trust the American government at your own peril, per se. So the bottom line is that Israel is in the driver's seat, and the US is doing its bidding, plain and simple. And with the $1 billion a day of taxpayers' money spent on the ingoing war, Americans are wondering, what the heck is Trump doing? What the heck is it? What's in it for us, Americans? And why are we launching another war in the region? Even if you are to go with the argument that Trump might have had an appetite for sort of something like this, but the goal still less urgency towards it. This is why I can understand, because it's politically costly for him. And this is why Israel is exploring now, believe it or not, exit scenarios from the war. Because this is a possibility, and as a matter of fact, it's been reported inside Israel that Netanyahu is already discussing a ceasefire with Trump. Of course, they are not going to share that information with you. They're not going to share that information with you because Netanyahu wanted to avoid a long war of attrition, which the US has been now pulled into, because Israel could not afford it. As I said, I saw the images of the in Tel Aviv and Haifa. I'm going to share a clip with you. Let me just open it. And again, this is not from yesterday. This is from a few days. But it just shows you what the media is not sharing with most of us to have a much better understanding. Just take a look at this.
إذا عدد كبير من الصواريخ الآن يسقط على تل أبيب.
صواريخ اعتراضية على الأقل.
دعينا نسمع فقط الصوت.
Let us listen.
إذا كان بالإمكان أن ترصد الأخبار.
If it is possible, if you that's where the missile is going. And once again, it's not been disclosed openly, the idea of where we're going here. And that is why this is some sort of a stunning admission that reveals the war was conceived as a shock operation, not a sustained campaign. And to the Iranian, they're saying we will be willing to go at it for the next 2 years. And now with the appointment of the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, which is, by the way, as I said, I will do a separate video. I don't want to overlap or overwhelm you with the information. He's a different breed altogether. We'll get into that. There's one event that took place inside Iran from the Iranian president himself, Masoud Pezeshkian. Let me see if, yeah, right here, his picture. And he issued an apology to the Gulf state and they lashed out at him, meaning the Iranian establishment lashed out at him for saying so. And rightly so. Are you going to issue an apology to a country that is allowing the missiles to be launched from its territory? And later on, President Pezeshkian said, oh, my statement was taken out of context. You shouldn't even use the term apology here, because that's the reality of it. And here is the thing, and I'm going to conclude with this because I have to keep it brief here, and I have an appointment I have to get to once I finish this one here. One of the things that I want to just conclude with this one has to do with the U.S. pulling missiles from the Korean theater. And the question you need to ask, which is a strategic question, is how will North Korea perceive this move? And that's what I'll do. I'll do a separate video for you about this one here, because in my opinion, this is like an intelligence for free that's been given to the Korean. So how North Korea will read now the Korean missile withdrawal? Oh man. Because what the North Korea is going to be thinking in terms is that U.S. military assets stationed in South Korea, including the Patriot and the THAAD air defense systems, they are now going to be redeployed to West Asia, because the campaign against Iran is going to extend beyond next week or the next 2 weeks. Iranian made it clear, we are not interested in negotiations and we're not interested in ceasefire. It's too late for that. And this isn't hypothetical, because remember, back in March 2025, prior to the June attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities, what happened back then? At least two Patriot batteries were already redeployed to the region from Asia. I was during that time, remember, the escalation tensions with Iran? With one particular, only one unit that has returned on October 30th, returned back to South Korea. Why? Because they wanted to receive an upgrade onto this. And the same cycle is now repeating itself, except at a larger scale. And this is why it's been reported that up to 150 THAAD missiles were used during the 12-day war back then. Can you imagine how many missiles they need to use this time around? And this is where North Korea's calculus, strategic calculus, I may add, comes in. They're thinking in terms, it's now or never. And their plan is far beyond, as a matter of fact. And again, I don't want to share everything all at once, because I'm going to do a video for you about this one here. Just make sure you join me for that. Because the bottom line to this is that North Korea has been essentially being handed a live intelligence assessment. That's what is this live intelligence assessment? How many missiles it will take to overwhelm U.S. defenses. That's, to me, it's an intelligence on a silver platter. And South Korea is alarmed right now, because the bottom line to this, you know what the bottom line is that North Korea now will certainly, almost certainly, interpret the Korean missile withdrawal as a strategic invitation. Not necessarily to launch a war. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to do what Iran didn't do back then, is to accelerate its nuclear program, meaning North Korea's, its nuclear program and missile programs. Because now they're probing about the weakness in the South Korean. And as a matter of fact, Iran and North Korea have been sharing missile technology for a while. And I'll detail all this, because I was aware of this one here. So. And the idea of Kim Jong leverage now is going to be very, 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 very different. Very different.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes to
Very different. Anyway, that's all I have to share with you. I have, by the way, 2 more thanks to also I am working on a story.
Go for it. Follow me.